order the November 16th work session. If you all rise for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Dave, sorry I lost my place because I was pulling up that email. Are you ready to take the roll as I
Yeah.
back up?
Okay. President Dunaway,
Here?
Vice President Dahl,
Here.
Mrs. Heatherly,
Here.
Mr. Patry,
Here.
Mrs. Zakor.
Here.
All present accounted for, Madam President. We do have a quorum tonight.
Okay, thank you. Hang on for a second. I'm pulling up my agenda because I had to click over for that email. Oh, what's next? The,
Discussion item.
okay, can somebody take over? I had to click off to get that email from Simon.
I just did something. Hold up. Got it.
I'm still trying to pull up board docs on my other computer.
Okay, it says item C is approval of the agenda.
Okay, great.
So do we need a motion? for-
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, motion to approve the agenda.
I motion that, oh, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make the motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
All right, Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Heatherly.
Okay. Any issues with this agenda tonight?
Um,
I'm not sure why we're approving the agenda. We already had the agenda.
Normally we approve the agenda. Now we've been starting to approve the agenda in case anybody wanted to add something, which
Oh.
is a special meeting. We probably shouldn't because this has been released to the public.
Right.
In our regular meetings, we'll do that as well. So I guess we'll just go through and approve this. Dunaway,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, motion carries. So we will start with the discussion items, which is 2A, board council discussion. We will be discussing policy 0174.
So what we're looking at is a draft of the proposed amendment to the policy that we have. Is that that's what we're doing?
And where did the,
If it pleases the board, I've shared before the meeting a proposed red line draft of what 174 I think should be revised to. It addresses policy 174, and then instead of at the end where, and I don't know if Mr. Stevens, you're able to pull that up to share it with the public on screen.
Yeah, it'll take me a sec.
No problem. I sent a PDF. So the biggest concern I had is that we are contacting individual board members or contacting our school attorneys, which is resulting in incurring legal fees and or engaging legal services related to investigations or legal questions, et cetera, without board involvement. It is my personal opinion that that's not permitted under the law in Ohio. And so what I've done is I've drafted a proposed revision to our policy that would allow our administrators to contact legal services as required and needed and as traditionally be done in the school district, as well as making some policies and as it relates to board members, which not only reflect what my personal opinion of Ohio law requires, but also reflects what the tradition has been prior to recent administrations at the school board. So the first section talks about when the superintendent and treasurer can contact engage legal services. Essentially, that's very broad. Anytime they feel they need to perform their duties, and they can do that without board approval. If the decision, however, that the treasurer or superintendent is making to contact legal services as a result of any discussion or information, any discussion they have with any number of board members, whether it's one or a minority or majority that's not at a board meeting, or if it results from information provided by a board member any number, that they have to disclose that to the board with specificity at the next meeting. Then when it addresses when board members can contact and engage legal services of the school district attorney, and it clarifies what I believe already exists in our own policies and Ohio laws, that we cannot contact attorneys without being expressly authorized to do it. And so therefore we won't unless authorized, except then I provide certain scenarios that I think would be appropriate and reasonable to permit board members to contact legal attorneys or legal services or school district attorneys. So the first is to report unlawful conduct of the board after having raised such concerns at a meeting of the board in sufficient detail to apprise the board of all material concerns. So for example, if somebody feels that the board is acting unlawfully, first that board member would then bring that up to the board at a board meeting. They would specify the details related to how they think we're acting inappropriately. And if that was not addressed, then they could contact our school district's attorneys, who represents the school district and not any individual board member. The other is to report unlawful conduct of a board member specifically after having raised that at a meeting of the board in sufficient detail to apprise the board of all material concerns. So let's say you have a member of the board that's doing something that's unlawful and that's been addressed to the board, but the board's failing to take action on it, then you can contact the school district attorney. The other scenario is to report unlawful conduct of the superintendent or the treasurer after having raised that concern at a meeting of the board with sufficient detail to apprise the board of all material concerns. So that's a scenario where the superintendent or treasurer are acting some way that's not in accordance with the law. You bring it up, any board member brings it up at a board meeting. No action is taken or action taken is insufficient for that member of the board, then they can contact our school district's attorney, who represents the school board and not any individual administrator or school board member, to seek advice or counsel or an opinion as it relates to a potential conflict of interest that concerns the school district and that is personal to such board members. So if I think I might have a potential conflict of interest coming up on a meeting and I need to know whether I can do something or whether I need to abstain or how to abstain, I can contact the legal counsel for the school district without permission of the board. And that's important so that we can make sure that we are not violating the law and engaging in some type of conflict of interest. And so we need that to be able to effectuate that advice before the board meeting as needed. The next thing is to seek counsel, advice, or an opinion as it relates to such member of the board's fiduciary duties when it concerns facts and matters that are personal to such board member and not a concern shared by the board as a whole. So let's say I'm wondering if I have a fiduciary obligation to the board under a certain scenario of facts that exists only personal to me. Then I can contact our attorneys and say, hey, what's my fiduciary legal obligation as it relates to this matter that's only affecting me? If it's a matter that's affecting the school district as a whole or a board as a whole, then you have to seek board approval. So for example, if we're trying to understand what the board's fiduciary obligations as it relates to the library and approving trustees, that would need to be brought forward to the board because that's a subject matter that concerns the entire board of the school district, not something that's personal to that board member. So that policy there tries to balance the need for board members to be able to seek legal advice as needed in performance of their duties, while also limiting the ability of a board member to engage legal services of counsel or to incur services that are going to end up getting charged against the school district based on any type of question that pops up into their head. It requires a board approval and review prior to that, other than as otherwise provided there. The next thing is if you are authorized, then the board, when we're authorizing any individual of the board to contact, we're going to say, all right, who's going to be the point of contact for the school district's attorneys as it relates to the subject matter for which the board member has been authorized. So, hey, you're going to contact for example, you're going to contact the attorney and you tell the attorney the point of contact is not me. The point of contact after this initial contact will be the board by email. Or I'm going to be your point of contact going forward on this and I will report back. But that's going to be designated by the board to that member so that the board member knows exactly what they have to do and what they can't do to prevent accidental violations of the policy. The additional specificity related to the representation authorized is going to be, we're going to identify any limits to the contact or the engagement. So, hey, you can only contact them once, And as we provided relate to this specific scope of services, these two items. Beyond that, you need to get approval. The other thing we're going to identify, which I think needs to be handled, is we need to identify what our monetary budget is going to be related to what we're doing. We have to think about how much we're going to be spending on these attorneys and why. And so if we're authorizing a board member, we're going to say, here's what the monetary budget is. Make sure you relay that to the attorney. And if the attorney thinks that's impossible, then that allows us to get back together to understand what we might be getting the school district into here as it relates to legal fees. Additionally, we're going to talk about how we're going to be informed of the status and when you're going to be required to seek further authority. So if this then happens, then you got to come back to us and get more authority. Further, each time we're contacting the school board's attorneys, we're going to let them know how we're contacting them and what authority we have to contact them. So the school district's attorneys don't have to guess whether we have authority. Instead, so I call up the school district attorney, hey, I'm calling you as authorized by policy 174 because I have a potential personal conflict of interest. That does not require board approval. Can you help me out with this, that, and the other? Or I have been authorized by the board based on the meeting of this, that location and this subject matter related to this. And I expect you to return the response to the board as a whole or me, whatever you're doing. And in this way, it'll be very clear to everybody, the board members, the board, and the attorneys, who's authorized, what the extent of the authority is, and how we're going about this. This will prevent people from engaging legal services that have not been authorized by the board. We'll make it clear that we understand how much we're spending on attorneys and why, and prevent the accidental retention of an attorney that's not been authorized, which the attorney that represents would not know. And then it just summarizes what I believe to be the Ohio law and required by our policies is that we are board members with fiduciary responsibility to the school district. We cannot provide blanket pre-approval or authority to any member or any number of members of the board in advance. We have the responsibility to do that on a case-by-case basis, except as it relates to the superintendent and the treasurer, in which is provided for in their job performing functions and our bylaws. Because of that, there's no number of members of the board that can contact or engage legal services except as provided in the policy. And so that is my suggested, that is a summary of what these revisions are intended to do and which I am suggesting that the board approve for a second reading.
I think they're pretty comprehensive procedures. My only question that while you're talking was, I guess it would happen through discussion to determine which firm we use, since we have multiple contracts. We have the prosecuting attorney in the county. So I guess that would be then determined through our discussion.
Yeah, so I think there's one more clarification, section 2, that needs to be made with respect to that. But because our policy provides that we are at our annual organizational meeting, we can adopt a resolution providing for the appointment of other legal counsel. I included that in section 1. I think I neglected to do that in section 2, but it says for counsel that have been engaged at the annual meeting. So it says for the county prosecutor, legal counsel engaged by the board at the annual meeting, the superintendent and the treasurer may contact. So what we need to do is, I forgot to add that in section 2. We need to clarify that. So we need to add something in there that limits the contact to either the county prosecutor or law firms that we've engaged at our annual meeting.
Or maybe the word would be designate. Designate the direction of which attorneys to employ or.
Sure. I mean, we could definitely do that as far as
response.
the specific designated subject matter there. Yeah, we could do that there too, but I think we need to clarify that it's what we've authorized.
Okay, may I offer some input?
Sure.
Thank you. First of all, Simon, you put a lot of work on this, it's evident. However, because it is detailed, I would have appreciated having this prior to this meeting so that I could have read it in a more concentrated fashion. And I could have come with my notes and preparations and questions while you were talking to try to listen to you and also follow. The extensiveness of this policy made it impractical for me. And just as a respect for proficient meetings, something of this nature to propose a policy, I feel would have been more respectful to all of us had we received it in advance.
So I completely understand what you're saying. The issue and what I kind of struggled with is that the administration provided us, I think, 3 or 4 sample policies, none of which I think address what we needed to address. And so I thought about just providing this to everyone in advance, but the problem with that is that if then we all started sending out our own version, we would have been deliberating on things that should be done in a public meeting. And so the only thing I thought that I could legally do to comply with the Ohio Open Meetings Act was to draft that, email it to Mr. Stevens so he can share it with the public, as well as then present to everybody here at this meeting during the work session, which is what it's designated for. And if you felt that it was too complex, and that's, I get that, it is complicated, and we needed to look it over more time to review, then we could do that at a separate work session. But I did not know how I could share this without creating a potential for a violation of the Ohio Open Meetings Act, because it welcomes the ability for other people to send another version, and at that point it could be construed as a deliberation behind closed doors.
Well, I don't know about that. All I'm saying is that we have similar type patterns where we simply put confidentiality, or excuse me, not confidentiality, for information only, do not respond, do not reply. So I don't quite see it that way. I think there's a way to submit different things. And secondly, though, there's a lot of things I wanted to cover. Your last paragraph, accordingly, the very last one, the board is prohibited from providing any number of board attorneys with blanket pre-approval or authority that purports to transfer fiduciary obligations to any number of the boards. Okay, I'm not quite sure I know what you're saying there. Accordingly, no number of the board may contact or engage the legal services of the district attorney. What statute are you referring to when you say, especially that last sentence?
Wasn't except as narrowly tailored in this policy. So I'm not referring to any specific statute. I'm referring to our fiduciary obligations as a board. Our authority is provided by the policies of our school district, as well as our requirements to comply with the Ohio Open Meetings Act.
Okay, so where in the Ohio Meetings Act? I'm just trying to find your source of reference for this very narrow perspective on board members not being able to individually contact an attorney. I have not found it, doesn't mean it's not there. I have not found it, and as you know from the email I received from the OSBA attorney, Mr. Lusher, which you received also, he said that's more dictated by individual policies, tradition, custom, etc.
I don't recall the email with specificity or detail enough to respond, but I think based on my recollection, it was, you asked him if there was a specific statutory provision that prohibited any specific member to contact legal counsel, and he said there was no such statutory provision that expressly provides for that. Now, the fact that that is not specifically statutorily provided for does not mean that it's permissible. You have to look at everything in paramateria, which means you have to look at all the statutes together in when you're applying the law. And so when you apply the Ohio Open Meetings Act, you apply to the various.
So where is it in
I'm sorry.
Ohio's? Well, actually, I waited for you, and you're just jumping in on a few things here, but I really have more to say.
Okay.
Where is it? Okay, so you're acknowledging there that you haven't read anything or you can cite anything from the revised code, correct?
No, I'm not. I'm not acknowledging that at all.
Okay, so where is that in the revised code?
Well, it's not, see, and that's, you interrupted me. So when you read all the statutes together and you read them as a whole, and when those are interpreted by the courts have implied statutory obligations that exist based on the meaning and reading all those statutes together. And I cited the case that's pertinent to this when we talked about this in detail the last time.
I know, and I read it, and it's an entirely different ballgame. Coonley's an entirely different ballgame.
Completely disagree with you.
Well, then I'm willing to go through that because I read that case twice, all
Okay.
100 some pages of it. And it's an entirely different ballgame. And to conflate what your complaint is here versus what they did, those very egregious behaviors in that school district, from hiring a teacher that doesn't even speak Spanish and putting her as a Spanish teacher because she's the daughter of the board member and the principal, applies to nothing here. A board that tried to prohibit their superintendent from walking into a high school, a board member who interfered with the Children's Investigative Services, a board who authorized by unanimous vote that when the board is not in session under this resolution, that board president may act unilaterally however he or she chooses per that resolution. Those are egregious violations and nothing close to what we're discussing here.
So
And they
that,
were rightfully removed.
well, so that case has, and when I referenced that case in that last meeting, I did indicate that they had some very significant and egregious circumstances that are not present in our board. I expressly
So why
stated
did you
that.
just
So
rescind
I'm, please finish. And so it's not the factual pattern that is similar here. It is the divestiture of our responsibility and obligations. In that case, the board authorized unanimously a board member to do whatever the board's authorized to do when we're not in session. Essentially, what's analogous here is that we're indicating that any member of this board has the authority to contact our attorneys and engage legal services without board discussion or approval. That is a very much more limited authority, but it's still, in my opinion, a transfer of our obligations as fiduciaries of the school district.
Okay.
And so that is what I'm indicating is the issue. And so
And you're.
it is not,
Simon,
and it is not a specific statutory provision. It is when you, and that's exactly what this case talks about, is that you can't look at things in a vacuum. You've got to look at all the statutes, how they intermingle. You've got to look at the policies of the school district, what's intended. And when you look at all those things, there are certain things board members can't do.
Okay, so if I may, that's your opinion. That's the way you viewed it. You also stated that it's not been the tradition of this district or board to contact the attorney. Okay, that's just completely false. Completely false, as evidenced by the information that we all just received.
I disagree with you on that. I said in recent administrations, before recently, board members were
Well,
getting authority.
It happened in 2019. And I'm not going to go through the details because it is marked confidential and private, but it's all there. We can find it. This isn't Ann Zakor making this up. I can cite you the date. I can cite you the amount of attorney time, the page. And we did have prior board members picking up the phone and speaking to legal counsel because it's been traditionally there, just like Mr. Lusher said.
So what I would say is I said previous administrations, plural, and so
Well, you're
I
not
disagree
complaining
with
about
what
the
you're characterizing.
administrations contacting the board, you're complaining about board members contacting the board. And I'm referring to previous board members and board presidents who did in fact pick up the phone unilaterally, contact the attorneys. And I'm sorry, I just can't turn away from this. And in 2020, this board, Mr. Patry, you did the very same thing on 3 different occasions.
As it relates to conflict of interest and as it relates to unlawful action taken by the board, yes, I did.
No, I don't think so. Not, and I can't go into great detail. I'll be happy to show it with you. But this happened very early on in 2020. And then it happened again in a few months later. And so you got me a little bit stymied because you say one thing and you turn around and do another.
I disagree with everything you're saying. I
Of
think
course
it's
you do.
absolutely
You always
false.
disagree. But sometimes the documents speak for themselves. So whether you disagree or agree, it is what it is.
we're obviously not going to agree on your characterizations of the past administrations of this school board. We're not going to agree as to what your legal opinion is as to what I believe my legal opinion is.
It's not a characterization, Simon.
disagree.
It's a reference to documentation.
I would suggest that we would be better served looking at the policy I've suggested instead of trying to argue with each other as to who's right and who's wrong and what the past is, and talk about what about this policy you find,
I don't like the policy that you're proposing,
okay.
period. For
Okay,
all-
can I step in for a second? I would like to say something, sorry. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I have reached out to Ohio School Board Association on this 0174 policy regarding school attorneys and asked two OSPA attorneys the same question. How do the boards that you work with, you know, in the past, current, how do they handle contacting the attorney? I said, I'm referring to policy 0174. We use Neola. Not all districts use Neola. That's understood. And their answer is very simple. It's one of two ways for the most part. Either the school boards allow the board president and only the board president to contact the attorney. Some school boards allow the board officers, meaning president and vice president. And then other boards say, we can all call the attorney, that, you know, we all got elected equally. It's a checks and balance, and we all deserve that right. So it was three basic things: president only, president, vice president only, or all five. In the time that I've been on this school board, even though we've had the same policy 0174 and it hasn't changed and we haven't done anything to change it or amend it, we've done it a few ways. When I first started out on the board, all the board members could call the attorney. And then it switched to just the president. And then I think it switched to president, vice president, nobody else. So we've kind of gone back and forth on that, but it's never been officially adopted. So I do agree that is something that we as a current board need to decide on. That's one thing we could very easily get accomplished.
To accomplish that agreement or understanding, does it require an actual policy change, or can it be something, because I can imagine looking forward that as board members change, each board may have a different
Exactly.
perspective on that.
So go ahead, sorry, Ann.
So what, this is kind of a procedural thing I'm mapping out. What do you do procedurally to maybe not necessarily rewrite the policy, but set the climate for that existing board? Does that make sense?
Yes,
That's the
I
question
do.
I'm
I
asking.
think that does make sense. And I think one way that we could accomplish that is through an
The
AG.
organizational meeting in January, when we approve the law firms, that would be a good time to handle it every January.
Yes, or Teresa, I was saying that we could do an administrative guideline. So you have your policy and it reads the same on the front, and then some guidelines. I'm not a huge fan of all of this. And I think some of it is because to me, the why behind everything is really, really important. And I'm not sure, Simon, that you and I will agree on the why behind this. But I think some things in here are good and valuable. For example, making sure to communicate all of the, like, that we have it as a part of our best practices, that you do communicate. If you talk to the board attorney, what was discussed, any outcomes of that. I like the monetary budget, you know, looking down the road, saying how big of an issue is this? How much money do we want to invest in this? I like some things about this. I think there's some things in here that we could salvage to create something, but I'm not, and again, I agree with Ann, this is a lot to digest right now.
Yes, too much.
And yeah, it's without having been able to read this and spend a couple days looking at it.
Because
I'll just add another thing too. We are very lucky in that we have two law firms with outstanding reputations. it's my belief that if a board member were to do something inappropriate, that attorney would handle it because it's in the attorney's best interest, it's in the board member's best interest, and it's in the district's best interest. So my preference is I think everybody should have the opportunity to call legal counsel. We're all adults. I trust everybody. And if something were to get out of line, that attorney would say, hey, Mrs. Dunaway, not really a board issue. Contact your own personal attorney or call OSPA. That's what they do. They are the board's legal counsel and they guide us. And I don't think they would let any board member do anything that were inappropriate because they're professional.
Well, not only that, why would they want to jeopardize their law license?
That's what I'm saying. It's not
one board attorney or two board attorneys. It's not sensible.
correct.
So,
Well, not if they think that they are acting on behalf of the board, because it's not established. To me, this is a procedure. All we have to do is add these, however we agree to add them, but these are the steps that are outlined as to how we enact this. And to look to the past, there may have been assumptions by our previous attorneys that you may have been contacting them on behalf of the whole board, but we agree there are circumstances where that hasn't happened. That's why we're looking at this today. That's why we're looking to establish what are those procedures or guidelines. I think to me, these are the steps, the procedures. So the policy necessarily doesn't need to be changed, but I think what Simon is proposing is that we adopt these procedures that outline those steps. And those steps include identifying, I am communicating with you on behalf of the whole board, and here's our issue. And then this is how I want to relay that information. That's what these steps outline. I think these are good steps. I
think this is, I don't want to go into the nitty-gritty of Mr. Patry's policy. I don't care for it for a multitude of reasons. I think fundamentally in moving this process forward with this board, there needs to be a consensus one way or the other. What do we want to do in terms of what do we want to do, if anything, in terms of board members, not our treasurer, not our superintendent, in terms of board members being restricted to reach out to the board attorney? I think that's the first step to move forward. Because if I'm in the minority, then I'm in the minority. That's what majority vote does.
Right.
And I won't like it, but I'll accept it. And if the majority thinking is that we don't want to put those kind of handcuffs, if you will, or restraints on board members, then that will be the majority as well. Because I don't want to break the law, Simon. But I'm sorry, everything that I've heard, read, seen doesn't seem to support your contention that one board member calling the attorney is somehow a violation, particularly when it's an officer. I just don't read that. I don't see that. It hasn't been reinforced to me by a board attorney. It hasn't been reinforced to me by OSBA. And you keep saying this as if you say it enough times, it'll become true, but you're not providing me specific references to that. Therefore, I feel we're not going to be engaging in illegal activity, which none of us want to do. So to me, it's a philosophical question requiring a majority vote. Do you want to restrict or not? And then from there, I think you can parlay the discussions of how you contain, reasonable expenditures, communications with other board members, et cetera. But we have to start somewhere.
don't think it's about accessing or restricting who can contact. It's about communicating with us as a board, that the board is agreeing that whomever is going to be assigned to talk to the attorney is doing it on behalf of the whole board. That's what this is about.
Every time we engage services, we will get charged. I don't have a right to call an architect and say, out of curiosity, what would this atrium look like if we did this, that, and the other? Because I just want to be informed and engage and end up with a $5,000 bills with a proposed atrium, just because I think that might be beneficial to the school district. Essentially, that's what's happening here. In 2014, the calendar year, we had a total of $16,257.50 in attorney fees. In 2015, $85,443.78 in attorney fees. In 2016, $96,587.87. In 2017, $86,976.21. In 2018, $102,103.65. In 2019, $76,634. Now, 2020, just not even through the end of October, with the year not completed, we're already up to $134,099.64. Now, when I got fired up about this is when we had limited investigation very specifically, and all of a sudden, I have a book that's hundreds of pages thick, well beyond what we discussed. Then we're engaging legal services. Every time someone contacts a lawyer, we are getting charged.
Including yourself, which you have done.
Yes, I have. And I am proposing a mechanism by which we have to, a very specific set of circumstances when we can do it without the board authority, because that makes sense to the school district and to us performing our obligation. It makes sense to the school district that we should all be involved before we start spending the school district's money. That's the taxpayer money. Now, every time that some board member wants to become informed about something and has a whim on something to contact somebody, that should not be a blank check for them to unilaterally decide to expend funds of the school district.
Nobody's suggesting a blank check, Simon.
I don't think anybody, I think that there's a couple.
If I may, please, I'm sorry,
Sure,
then
sure.
I'll let you take your turn, because I use, those pot shots I cannot walk away from. You just went through the years, 15 through 20, and you threw out these big numbers to the public.
They're a fact.
They are a fact, we're probably, however, why would you even think to do that without any analysis behind those numbers?
Oh, I did some analysis.
Oh, I did some analysis too, Simon, because that's what I did for 17 years in a corporate world. And when you have a budget and you use that budget, you need to stand behind your numbers and what you did with it. This is what I have a great difficulty coming to these meetings. You throw these numbers out, it tingles in people's ears, and you have no rationale or analytics behind it. When there's quite a few things we could say about each one of, especially 19 and 20. I have watched these past meetings try to put handcuffs on Mr. Stevens, Mr. Stefanik, and if anything, these invoices are greatly enlightening to the fact of how much work administrators have to do on a day-to-day basis. From everything from FERPA issues to tax revision issues to personnel investigations, it goes on and on. I couldn't even come up with those scenarios if you had tasked me with that. They deal with ever-changing environment on a day-to-day basis that the general public, myself included, before I got on this board, had no idea what they deal with. No idea.
Mr. Stefanik,
If you want to handcuff that,
Who said I want to handcuff? This policy provides them blanket authority.
the meeting before, we spent over an hour to talk about having to pick up the phone and send you an email or this or that, or wasted all that time. I'm not used to coming to business meetings and wasting this amount of time. I'm used to well, you can chuckle, but I'm used to getting things done, and I've done it very well. And when you come into a meeting, you come in with your data, your analysis, and your facts. And getting back to those numbers, I'll go through those numbers with you because I already did. And it was very enlightening. And you don't even take the time to tell the public those big numbers you just put out there, you don't even disaggregate them between administrative needs that had calls that needed, or contracts or reviews that needed to be made, versus disaggregating them from board education engagements. See, that's amateurish. To throw 134,000 out and not disaggregate between what our administrators needed that justify those expenses versus individual board members. And I'll go there with you on each group.
I will too, because the board's a problem.
You keep saying the board's a problem, but then you don't
I think one of the things that we could do is, we could invite, because I think that, let's get to something that we can agree on. You know, was my contacting the school lawyer outside of the law? One thing that we can do, the Miami County prosecutor is our free legal counsel. We can invite him to the next school board meeting. We'll tell him the story and let him tell us if he thinks that is outside of the law or inside of the law. I mean, that's really easy. And then we can say, okay, either I did or I didn't. And if I did, then maybe something this in-depth and detailed is the next step. And if it's not, then we don't really need to do all of this in-depth stuff.
And why would we resort to no offense to the Miami County prosecutors, they're
Because
overworked.
he's free.
They're
That's
they're
that's the whole,
overworked
Right.
enough as it is.
right.
They're backed up, and they're not education attorneys, and
They
I
are
don't
not
think that either
education
one of them
attorneys.
would.
They are not
disagree.
education attorneys, but we could send him the stuff in advance to read or preview. I mean, I'm just trying to see if our concern is the fees, and our concern is let's move past this. Let's have a definitive end.
I say,
I
let's,
have a question. Mr. Stefanik, can I ask you a question? Getting back to the $134,000, we had a lot going on this year, obviously. The big one being COVID. We had a new superintendent contract. We did a lot of policy review. But in your opinion, how much, just guessing, how much of this is COVID related? Because I know when I spoke to Dave Lampy earlier in the year, all attorneys were absolutely slammed, working overtime, overdrive with all of their school boards and all of their superintendents on COVID issues. It was 24/7.
Right. What I can say is I have not reviewed this document. This document wasn't sent to me. But I can say that in the spring, when COVID did hit.
March 13th.
Yeah, there was a lot of communication, between myself and school attorney from another district,
Sure.
and putting things in place so that we were, whether it came from meeting IEP needs remotely to the privacy laws of doing things online. There were a lot of policy discussions with attorneys to make sure that everything was in line. And then attorneys, on the flip side, anytime state law was revised or federal law was revised to help provide some permissions or waivers, if you will, for COVID type remote education. The attorneys that were reaching out, we didn't have to reach out to them. They were reaching out with changes in federal and state law. So my assumption is that the same things were happening all across the country.
So it sounds like, school superintendents and assistant superintendents probably spent a lot of time with attorneys in March, April, May, June. Is that a fair assumption?
I would say that there was frequent contact during those times. Yes. Even
up to and including probably July and August on, getting microphones in classrooms and, setting up PLP and, all this type of stuff, all these one-off decisions. $134,000 is our biggest attorney bill since 2014. It's also the first time we've ever had COVID.
Mm-hmm.
I might also add, there's just one aggregate. Another one, and again, I can only say so much because these were marked privileged and confidential, but I'm sure Mr. Stevens will know what I'm talking about. And if any of you took the time to go through them, you will realize that over some taxation issues on only 2 accounts, just 2, I didn't even lump the other ones in here, we approached almost $19,000 of attorney fees for 2020. $19,000 of attorney fees. When I was reading those invoices, that's when I started having a lot of aha moments of how much these administrators do behind the scenes, how valuable they need to rely on board attorneys to help them through various issues that are complex. Board of revisions, tax issues, businesses, private residential versus businesses in our community. That is not small potatoes. I'm not saying it's out of ordinary of other districts. I'm not making that insinuation whatsoever. I'm just simply saying $19,000 of that $134K that you mentioned went to something that was totally unrelated to this board. I didn't even know it was going on.
Hey,
And I'm
Ann,
assuming our treasurer, because he is a professional and because it's been my belief that he does watch the dollars very carefully and he knows what he's doing in this field, was engaging in that for a specific purpose to benefit the dollars of this district.
hey, Ann, I'll also tag on to that, the $19,000 regarding those two issues that you're,
Just two of them. I didn't go to the other ones yet.
oh, sorry, what?
No, there's just two. These just represent two issues. There's other
I said the two-
tax-related issues.
The $19,000 regarding the two tax issues.
Yes.
You know, I think Dave will be the first one to say that was money well spent, because after Dave started down this road, it benefited the district in a very big way. And the money that we got for that was 10 times. Sorry, Dave, go ahead.
It hasn't happened yet. It's still in settlement.
Okay.
Well, with all due respect, this isn't about the administrators contacting the attorneys. It's about us. And all this does is give us guidelines on how we can communicate better and how we can then use each other as a resource in order to decide, okay, you put that recommendation out about the, contact the prosecutor. He is busy.
You throw things out there. Come on, Joanne, what do you mean it's not about what the administrators are spending? He just went through 5 years of total dollar amounts, which included our administrators doing their jobs. And he's making a complaint. No, you didn't clarify that. You're defending his criticism of those dollars without saying, well, gee, there's an explanation for some of these big amounts because of what the district as a whole has been doing, not because it's what 4 or 5 board members have been doing, which is what you want to portray, and I think frankly what you want to portray. No,
It's easy for you to say that when I am not allowed to speak with any specificity about what these invoices say. Okay, so, we can keep gaslighting here and
We're not gaslighting,
I'm talking,
Simon.
making inappropriate
I
characterizations
don't like to be called out.
or, no, it has nothing to do with
Oh,
not
it's
liking to be called
totally
out.
about that.
This policy does not prevent any administrator from doing their job. So I really appreciate your soliloquy that lasted about 20 minutes about how amazing they are and what they're doing. I agree. And they should be authorized to do that. And this policy authorizes them to just do that and continue doing what they're doing. However, what this policy does is prevent people from unilaterally making decisions that engage legal services. $12,000 roughly in February and January were expended by this board on legal representation, much of which I do not believe was authorized. And so we can keep talking about that. I can't get into specifics, you know that, or we can look at what we're trying to accomplish here. What we're trying to accomplish here is make sure that we're not spending the school district's money unless we all agree or unless the professionals deem it appropriate.
Nice spin, because that $12,000 you referenced also involved administrator activity. It involved administrator initiation. Simon, I just can't sit here.
I can't sit here and listen to you say one more line.
One more line.
Simon,
You have.
Simon, that's not fair. Ann does not.
And I've corrected you on them.
Well, I don't.
Why don't you just resign and get out? That's the best thing.
Please, you can't participate without permission from the board. So
This-
Simon,
This is a public meeting.
Lies. How dare you, when you've done nothing but hurl these false allegations you come in here saying about no legal counsel in any of the executive sessions except imminent and pending litigation. False.
Okay, so since we received this just today, perhaps what we can do is, I think what Frank was trying to suggest as well is perhaps we can review these, and if you have a suggestion on how it should be different, then let's propose that. I appreciate that we want to work together, And so let's do that. And to me, these steps just make us more transparent with one another.
Well, to me, this is very simple. To me, it's very simple. Do we keep policy 0174 or do we amend it? Those are our two options. It's every board in Ohio operates the way that I said at the very beginning of the meeting. All of these other necessary steps, no one has that. Nobody has that.
Teresa, you just said there are 3 different scenarios that they told you that happened. So let's
Correct.
pick which one we're going to use and move forward.
Well, here's the issue I have, Joellen. I feel like you have, in your mind, have made up that there's a problem. Mr. Patry has made up in his mind that there's a problem before the quote board, 5 members have decided that there is a problem. So I'll just put mine out there right now. It was enlightening looking at those 5 years of data and numbers. I don't feel there's a problem. I don't feel that the laws have been violated. And I don't feel that there's an abuse of the taxpayers' dollars. And if I felt any of that was occurring, my mouthpiece would be as big then as it is now. And I don't like making mountains out of molehills. In this case, it's not even a molehill. I think you came with your guns a-blazing about something, Simon, and you just kept going and going and going and going at these various meetings. And every time you get challenged on specifics, you shift. You shift. And just going through those numbers now, from 2015 to today, you didn't even open up the discussion of disaggregating those numbers between administrative cost and board cost. You let the reader read into that. And I think that's what you're very skilled at doing, and I'm going to push back.
Yeah, and
Okay, so
that was kind of my idea, Teresa, about maybe inviting the county attorney or whatever, because the whole premise of this is that a board member did not like previous contacts with the school attorney. Just because somebody doesn't like them doesn't mean they were illegal or outside of the bounds by which the attorney was contacted for. So that was my idea of maybe we just need to have a meeting with the attorney, find out if those contacts were made and they were fine, then yeah, I don't know that we need to future boards. Why, why even bother with any of this if it was fine? If it wasn't, that's a totally different conversation. And then there's also, to Joellen's point, in the future, making sure that those communications are clear, timely, report certain items get reported out every time. That can just be a procedure that we enact.
That's what this is. This is a draft procedure.
This is a policy. Yes, this is a policy. But yeah, and taking these pieces out and plugging them into a procedure that whoever is a board president or whoever's contacting the board, however we decide to do that, will go through those procedures and communicate that clearly, timely, to the measure that we're asking people to communicate.
I'm going to have to agree with everything Ann said. I've contacted so many attorneys about this library situation. Nobody did anything that they shouldn't have done. Policy 0174 is perfectly fine as is. If we want to do something in our organizational meeting to clearly define, and it can be every year when we, vote on our legal counsel, we can do it at that meeting on, is it the officers? Is it only the president? Is it all 5 board members? It's a very simple process that can be handled at that meeting. And also, Simon, it was very unprofessional of you to call Ann a liar. I have not heard a single lie come out of Ann's mouth today. And that is bad boardsmanship.
That is horrible. Yeah.
It's bullying. And that kind of behavior has no place in our meetings. Absolutely none.
I agree. We can be passionate about our stance. We should never name call, I guess, for a better.
How about bully, intimidate, and harass? It's ridiculous. It has to stop.
Well, I respectfully disagree with your interpretation.
Okay, that's fine. That's your right.
Simon, you disagree with everyone's interpretation.
So there was an investigation that we cannot go into detail about that was authorized, I assume by you, Teresa. We met in an executive session. We thought it was going to be one thing. We come back and it's something else. That is one of the issues that we're talking about without going into the details.
Joellen, I'm not authorized to do
Corinne,
that.
I'm still speaking.
Superintendent.
Corinne contacted the attorney. She has admitted this about the library board and getting some guidance on that. We have discussed that and acknowledged it. That is the reason that Simon is proposing these procedures moving forward. No one is pointing fingers saying that you've done something illegal. I'm not suggesting that. To me, these are guidelines of how we will behave moving forward. I think that this is a sound practice.
Joellen, you're wrong because Simon accused Corinne and I of unlawful. That was the paper.
Okay, well, let's just focus then on the behavior instead of the.
No, you don't get to call Corinne and I unlawful and back down. When 5 attorneys said that Corinne, Mark Stefanik, Dave Stevens, and Teresa Dunaway, 5 educational attorneys said we did nothing unlawful. For board members to put out in the public that we did is egregious behavior. Absolutely egregious.
And then.
And I would welcome
And
these
then
5
you have to
education
retract it.
attorneys you're indicating said that this is perfectly permissible. I would welcome to speak with them.
You brought this up at the last.
You know, you're talking with them without hearing from, you just come in here and make comments and assert things as fact that no one else can observe except you.
Excuse me.
Everything I've said is supported by objective evidence and discussions in the public record.
You asked me that question 4 times at the last meeting. You asked me the attorneys by name, and I told you. So you had me on the witness chair. You asked me very hostily the same question 4 times. I answered the same way each and every time. I'm done with this conversation. I'm absolutely done with it. Well, the library conversation was that the library hasn't been appointing the trustees in the correct way. That's the message that got missed in all of this. 4 people did something unlawful, which they didn't. So that's the sad part.
And the really sad part is we have spent an inordinate amount of time that could have been used to get to addressing that library issue.
Thank you.
You keep pounding the same drum that because a vice president asked for an opinion on our policy to bring the board together prepared to discuss it with credible information is somehow wrong. And I contacted OSBA on that and they said, no, that's not wrong. Mrs. Dunaway's contacted education attorneys who said it wasn't wrong. You keep saying it's wrong, Simon, and you bring nothing forward in terms of statute, definitions, paragraphs that say it's wrong. You just sit there and keep pounding that drum like a teenager. If you say it long enough, you think your parents are going to believe it.
I don't think that.
And Joellen, I'm not finished because no, you came in here at one meeting and said that Mrs. Dunaway violated the executive session in FERPA. That proved not to be true. You didn't own it. You didn't come back in and say, I'd like to make a public apology to Mrs. Dunaway. I felt that it was a violation. Clearly it was not. And as far as contacting these attorneys, you know, Mrs. Heatherly, your name came up several times in 2019 on the list as well. And I've got the dates. I've got the time allotments, the attorneys are charged to the district.
I guess I don't understand why there's such fight against adopting these procedures that will outline how we will work together and how we'll work
Well,
together.
this is a policy proposal.
This is a policy proposal.
I'm going to suggest that we call this a procedure and add it to the policy. That way the policy doesn't have to be changed. I don't think anyone is arguing that the policy is wrong. These are, like you had suggested earlier, guidelines. I'm going to use the word procedure because these are the steps. I don't know why anyone would argue against these.
Well,
It outlines the behavior that is expected of the board, rather than us sitting here accusing one another of whatever motives that they have. This establishes going forward how we will behave. I think that's all that's being suggested.
And I agree. I don't think we need to add it to our policy. And then my other caveat to all of this is that how we landed here. If we landed here because Simon didn't like what I did,
Exactly.
and because he doesn't like, I don't know, about not contacting about information about how to move forward with the library board, that is it doesn't mean I did something that was illegal or unlawful. It just means he doesn't like it. And I'm not really sure why that would offend him, but he feels that it was unlawful, which I feel like it was not. But these are just opinions and going back and forth, which does nothing to promote our Tipp City schools.
Exactly.
At that, since we have not reached an agreement and it is 6 o'clock and it's time to start our next,
Adjourn.
I motion that we adjourn the work session.
I second.
This, are we just gonna drop it? I mean,
There's no motion on, there's nothing to do. It's a
Yeah.
work-
So I second the motion. Motion and seconded. Any discussion to adjourn? Dave, call for roll.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Heatherly,
yes.
Patrick,
No.
Zakor.
Yes,
David, do you guys need a 5-minute break or anything?
yes, please.
Yes.
And then, hey, Corinne,
Yes.
the whole meeting, if that's okay, because I don't know how long I'm gonna last because I'm not feeling very well.
Okay,
Like, call, you know what I'm saying, do the motion and all that kind of stuff, is that okay?
sure, that's fine.
All right, thank you. 5-minute recess, everybody, and we'll start the board meeting.
All right.
Thank you. How do I, oh, there it is. Mute my audio, stop video.
Teresa, do you want me to mute you?
Yeah, well, is there a way to, because I'm feeling kind of, is there a way to like mute my camera in case I have to leave and then, but I can do my voice?
I can stop your video right now.
Oh,
Yeah, I just shut you off. You want me to put you back on?
no, that's fine. I just want to make sure I can vote and everything.
Yeah, you should be fine.
Okay.
I watched the Facebook stuff on the school and their news flash, their newsletter, and I really appreciate it. It's harder to do it. I'm sure that teachers are very. David. So I have to respect that. No, they don't think to.
To call the November 16th regular board meeting to order. Can we all please stand and say the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Stevens, if you please call roll.
President Dunaway,
Here.
the Vice President Dahl,
Here.
Mrs. Heatherly,
Here.
Mr. Patry,
Here.
Mrs. Zakor.
Here.
All present accounted for. We have a quorum this evening.
All right. I see approval of agenda is on again. There are some things that I would like to discuss under the consent agenda items. But we don't have to remove those from the consent agenda to discuss them, do we, Mr. Stevens?
Can
If
we,
you're going to discuss. Go ahead.
Yes.
they need to be removed?
Yes, if you have questions about them,
It needs to be a separate item.
you pull them out and make them a separate item, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So which ones would you like to discuss?
Item D.
Okay.
And that was the only question, the ones I wanted to ask questions on.
Okay. Any other exceptions to the meeting tonight from any of the other board members? Okay, then I would like to have a motion for approval of the meeting agenda, except for item D, which, I'm sorry. Except for, what is that, new business?
Item D, yeah, or maybe it's under consent agenda.
New business.
I'll make the motion for the consent agenda and making item D its own agenda item.
All right, I'll second.
Okay, ready for a vote?
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Moving on to item 2, committee reports, Miami Valley Career Technology Update. Mr. Gilmore again has sent us 3 amazing reports. Does anybody have any comments that they'd like to make on any of those or notices?
I'd just like to thank Mr. Gilmore because he's great.
He is great. We're very lucky to have him serve Tipp City Schools and be our representative. All right, item 3, superintendent and assistant superintendent's report.
Thank you, Ms. Dahl and fellow board members. Just had a couple of updates and threw out some things that were timely in the updates. Fall sports wrap up. I'm not going to list all the sports, but the district as a whole had an amazingly successful fall sports season. We had multiple conference championships. Several programs went well into the state tournament and culminated over the weekend with a Final Four appearance by our girls volleyball team and a state championship appearance for our soccer team. The soccer team, finished up, although they're disappointed that they didn't win the state championship game. Before that, that loss, they had 47 consecutive wins and a state championship from last year. So they went, 2 full seasons, of undefeated play, and that's pretty amazing. It's sad that you have to end on a loss, but what an accomplishment for that team. Same thing with the girls volleyball and girls soccer. A lot of undefeated runs, for the year, and they were pretty impressive. So again, a nice cap to the fall season. Very successful in extracurriculars. People look at them different ways. But if you look at them as, part of the development of the whole child, it's nice when they learn their craft and their skill, and then they have success in competitions. It's never all about winning and losing, but to be able to demonstrate your growth, that way is pretty impressive.
I think we had a runner at the state too, Annie Sunny.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Quite an accomplishment too.
Cross-country runner, and with that, before the cross-country teams, were eliminated from the state competition, they both won the conference championships and in pretty impressive fashion, and they had some undefeated streaks going as well.
What's the name of that student?
Annie Sinning,
Annie Senning?
Sinning. Yeah, I think our tennis teams had a great season, golf.
Yeah, it was impressive to watch.
Big accomplishment.
Yeah, at one point, I believe we were approaching 100 in the win column, and we had maybe 2 or 3 losses, across the whole set of fall sports. So it was pretty impressive. So this past week and a half ago, past week, the Ohio School Boards Association held its annual conference. It's hard to remember the dates because it was virtual, and we didn't have to go anywhere, so we didn't have any travel. But a very robust set of experiences that you could go through at the OSBA annual conference. Congratulations to Vice President Dahl for being one of the presenters at the conference. And so that highlighted my Sunday afternoon, by watching that session. And, very, very apropos to find out, what life experiences students have had so that you can actually, reach the child and provide some assistance. And so then academics gets enhanced, or learning opportunities get enhanced. And so thank you for presenting that.
What was the presentation?
Creating competency from chaos. It was centered around social emotional learning for students, and starting with as an adult learner and then taking that back into your classroom.
I've seen other sessions similar to that, and I believe there's a book out there, and it talks about the wounded student. And so you go in and you, whether it's mental health awareness or some scars from childhood or family, experiences that they've gone through, trying to be aware of those things so that doesn't impede learning. And so we used to run sessions for what they would call non-academic barriers to learning, and that was definitely one of them.
Sort of trauma-informed care.
Yes.
That concept.
Yes.
May I ask? I'm sorry, I had to miss a lot. So what was is that archived? Can we?
Yes, until New Year's Eve.
Okay,
yes.
And what was this?
Creating competency from chaos. It centers around diverse childhood experiences, understanding the barriers that poverty creates, being aware of your social emotional learners.
And then this is with a school perspective? And not
Yes,
just-
there was a teacher in my building who we did some stuff in Springfield, and it really deeply affected her, and she created some learning opportunities for other teachers in the building.
Thank you.
So some other highlights of the conference, and And please, once I finish with my mini list, anybody else that had sessions that you want to mention, but there were some nice school law updates. There was actually a panel of superintendents from around the state. I knew several of them, and they talked about education before COVID and education now that COVID is here. And so that was an informational item to see how different districts were addressing, their educational needs. And so that was a valuable one. And then there was one that was about the importance of staff attendance and consistency in education. And I had a chance to listen to that one as well. And so there, again, a lot of variety, diverse offerings, and something for everybody across several days.
Yes.
Anybody else?
I enjoyed being able to listen while still getting work done, rather than sitting in a conference room
Yes.
with nothing in front of me. So it was very nice.
I agree.
And I think Dave and I, it was like stereo. I think one time he signed in to the same session, and he was in his office and I was in mine. And so people around the office could, think they were at they were at the session because there were sounds coming from everywhere.
Was there any crystal ball thought on what Capitol Conference may be next year?
Not that I heard.
I haven't heard.
Too early?
And today I think in my email, the survey came up to evaluate how this year's conference was. And that's usually the trigger for how they start planning for next year, I think. Item C on this is just an informational note for the community. Typically, Tipp City hosts a holiday senior citizen breakfast. And it's always been something that we have valued in our school district. But due to the fact that COVID has impacted our ability to, hold or host events like this, we have to cancel the holiday senior citizen breakfast for 2020. We're saddened by this, and we hope that the senior citizens that have participated in this, in the past, are understanding of why we have to cancel it this year, and we look forward to getting back on track next year at this time, and restart the tradition of the holiday senior citizen breakfast. Item D, remote learning update. Dave, do you have a little chart to click up on the screen?
I have to find it again.
It actually is like an Excel spreadsheet or Google Sheets.
There it is. Now let me share my screen with that.
There it is. Last week, we were informed on Thursday that Miami County went from an orange county on the state's rating system to a red county. It's the first time that Miami County has hit the red category. Some school districts in the county stayed with the suggestion that the restart model automatically went into transition mode once the county hit red. We did not do that. We said that we would check with the Miami County Health Department and find out what was occurring in Tipp City proper. And so we got some numbers, and on the screen, you see the numbers as they impact our school district. On the or in the county counts, the health department said that October was the biggest the biggest month of positive cases to date, and then November was actually trending higher. And so you see our school case numbers mirror that. October more than doubled, September, and then November. In the first 2 weeks of November, we've already matched the October numbers. And then you see week by week, how it breaks down. And then last week was our most significant week to date. With that in mind, you saw today that between today and over the weekend, we actually had 6 cases in one day get identified. So the case numbers are going up. How does this impact our decisions about our educational format? Well, student cases these numbers up here, these are students and staff combined. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Could you say it again?
Okay, to the left, you got the total.
Yes.
The total numbers are students, and then it's broken down students and staff in column 2 and 3. But the total numbers on the left, 7, 15, and 15, those are combined students and staff numbers. So when we look at this, the absence rates of students and staff are things to consider, but also underneath the staff attendance, we have to look at like departments, and we're talking about the service or support departments in the district. North of us, they had an impact to their educational format because they ran short of bus drivers, and so they couldn't transport the students to school. South of us, they ran into a situation where they had to revise their educational format because they ran short of lunch workers. And so it impacted their ability to students during the school day. We're having higher case numbers between students and staff. We are hitting at our primary buildings an issue with cafeteria staff, and we're awaiting a test on a cafeteria worker, and if that would come positive, there's a very good chance that we lose the entire staff at that building in the cafeteria, because the other ones would be on quarantine because they were close contact. We're also having an issue with substitute teachers. And so when we get substitute teachers in, the principals are saying that the substitute teachers are going without a planning period because they're in teacher A's classroom for the day. And then if there's another spot that went unfilled, then they go in and during their planning period, they cover that other teacher's classroom. But it's not just the substitutes. You actually have to find X number of bells to cover that unfilled absent teacher's position. And so we have a lot of our staff members that are giving up their planning times as well. So it was expressed today by several teachers. We had some teachers meetings, today, and, it's expressed that, day in, day out, when we're averaging 2 or 3 unfilled positions per building, that teachers are going without planning periods, and it's starting to wear them down, because they don't have a chance to plan, make any contacts with the students that might be on quarantine. And so trying to juggle all that inside the building is getting pretty stressful. So we're monitoring whether or not we're going to be able to fill the cafeteria needs that we have. We also have, it's not as significant or severe right now as the cafeteria, but we also have some custodial needs as well. And we have to make sure that definitely the night custodians are there to do the thorough cleaning before we start up school the following day. So an idea that's out there, if our numbers continue to climb and we can't find ample subs, what we're looking at is we believe that if there has to be a transition from traditional in-person learning to a remote learning, if we did it per building or by building, that the secondary buildings would be a lot more prepared to make that transition than the younger buildings. And so what we would do is, look at the secondary buildings to make a switch from in-person to remote, and then using some of their staff to populate the younger buildings, and then the younger buildings would be able to stay in-person learning. It also matches up. Our case numbers are higher at the secondary buildings, and our case numbers at the primary buildings are lower, even though lately we've even had some cases up from some of the younger buildings popping up. And some of those are based on somebody else in the family had it first, and now the younger students are getting it on the tail end. So we're monitoring this on a day-by-day basis. We're trying to determine when the change point is, to go to remote learning to provide some relief for the absences and or the high absence numbers we have with students and staff.
Can I ask some questions or? Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have a program or as part of our policy for negative tests for staff to come back? For example, where I work, if it's been, I think, 48 hours and you've had 2 negative tests, you can come back. You don't have to stay out for,
10 days.
10 days, right? And I don't know if that's something that we do here, where we offer people, or if you just say you've been traced, you're out. Do we have a?
I have not heard that shy of the 10 days that was even a permissible option health-wise.
Okay.
And so that's the first I've heard of that kind.
Okay.
And so what I would love to.
I can get you information on that.
Yeah,
How
what I was
it's
going to say, I
yeah.
could have our health director call
Yes.
your health director in
Yes.
your county and
Yes.
find out how that occurred.
Yes.
Now, on the flip side, some of our staff members that have tested positive, they become quite ill. And so.
If you test
yeah.
positive, it doesn't, you have to have 2 negative tests. So if you test positive, you couldn't come back. This is just for people who've been contact traced. Like as in you've been around somebody, not you yourself have tested positive.
Okay, so on the quarantine list
Yes.
as an adult.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, only as adults, not students. Although Mason is a part of the pilot and Lakota and
Yes.
Princeton. So we
Yes.
do have some of our neighbors that are part of that pilot.
And I'll
So-
check on that too, because I've heard that that somebody could test negative, on day 3 or 4, but the incubation period, could be 14 days. And so that you could be great on day 3 or 4, but on day 8, you could actually come down, with the virus. And so I still think that it would be great to get information on that, because I haven't heard anybody revising those limits down. That would be fantastic.
And then, and again, I've had a lot of conversations. So the transmissions though aren't happening at school.
No.
So our schools our janitors are in there, they're cleaning, teachers are wearing masks and enforcing students to wear masks.
Yes.
They are staying distanced.
Right.
So the transmissions aren't happening in our buildings. I think that I've heard parents' concerns that, what are our buildings doing?
Yeah.
And I just want to reiterate that our buildings are doing the job. Our teachers are wearing the masks, our students are wearing the masks, they're staying socially distanced.
Yes.
Where this is happening is outside of our school buildings for the most part.
Yes, there's actually been a press release from the health department that says that very thing, that the data does not support that schools are places where significant transitions are happening, and that they're actually contributing to the spike.
Yeah.
That the community transmissions,
Yes.
they say almost to a person, there has been an event where there's been a group gathering, and parents have shared that the health protocols have not been followed at that event. And so that points the transmission probability to that event rather than at school.
So huge kudos, I think, to our staff and all the buildings and our students for following the rules, for being safe and considerate of others around them. And then if you do implement a virtual learning, are teachers still going to come into the building to work?
That is the way the plan is designed.
Okay, so we'll still have staff in the buildings. Parents could call them on their room phone to get help for a kid.
Yes, and that's a question that's been out in the community is, if we would go remote, Does that mean we're signing everybody up for PLP? And no, that's the online program that people would sign up for a semester or for the year. If we would go remote in any given building, the students maintain their schedule and then they get remote learning from their actual teachers.
And then I heard the big concern about not having subs and people covering during their plan. So I have a couple questions about that. Are we paying teachers when they give up a plan to cover?
Yes.
So they are getting,
They're getting compensated.
they're getting compensated for giving up a plan,
Yes.
which doesn't mean that you have all your brain cells left at the end of the day to do your planning. I mean, it's still, it's very taxing. Just because you're getting paid doesn't mean that you've,
Right.
Still, I just want to acknowledge you as a teacher, I've done that myself, but it's still hard.
Yes.
And then,
And the teachers want to help, but they just say that they're being asked
Right.
more often than they typically would be asked for to fill those slots.
so it doesn't look like we had a lot of staff out. Is our problem that we don't have enough subs? Because it doesn't look like staff.
Well, these are cases, these are not the quarantines.
Yeah,
That was
these,
my question.
yes, these are the staff members we've had that have had positive COVID cases.
Okay, so what does that mean for contact tracing then? Like how much, so do we have a lot of staff out due to being traced?
Do we have data on what our numbers, let me ask it a different way. Is there a number on the percentage of exposures creating quarantines for students who have been exposed to someone through contact tracing? Is that sort of the same question?
I don't know. I just want to know like how much staff.
So at the high school, for example, are we at 13% absenteeism related to quarantine? Or I'm just using that as an example. I'm just wondering if we have that kind of data.
Yeah, total absences and just to throw out there for the general public, we have like typical absences
Yeah.
too. And I'll just say because it doesn't have anything to do with sinuses or allergies or anything that's close to COVID. Somebody went for a dental appointment, so they're absent. Those absences are in there as well, along with the quarantine students and the positive COVID cases. And I think today's number was 15 or 16%. Was that the high school number that Mr. Zink gave us this morning?
I'm not sure on that
Yeah,
number.
I think it was close to that, but again, that's all the absences. That's not just a COVID related one. Okay.
And then what is the number of students, the percentage that are still on PLP? I think we were at 11% at the start of the school year. Are we still at 11% for PLP or?
10 or 11. Yeah, very, very close. We had some students come back at the end of the first marking period, a pretty good chunk. But then here recently, we've had some people going like, we're starting to get anxious again, about the COVID. So can we go to PLP? And so there's been a little bit of a transition back and forth.
We have 270 students in PLP.
Okay.
In the full-time learning. That's just enrolled in the PLP platform. There's a handful that are doing like resource room type classroom or doing resource room through the county. So I would say we're probably between 270, 280. We had 10 certified and classified staff members that were out today, either due to positive COVID result or quarantine of their children.
Okay. And are we making sure that they have their proper CARES Act paperwork so that?
Absolutely. Yep. They apply for that right through the HR kiosk.
Good.
So I didn't hear you say, what is that number? I'm not trying to pin you down to a number, but so I think 15% absenteeism is getting to a pretty high rate. It's hard to cover. And I think you're trying to describe that to us. Is there a benchmark that you're looking at?
Well, in conversations we've had with other superintendents, the concern is the absence rate is something we look at, and whether or not we have the proper coverage, the wear and tear on our teaching staff and our support staff, because of covering for other people is there, but at the same time, on the other side of the spectrum or the balances of justice, you have what we were just talking about. the data does not say that the spread is happening at school. And so if you go remote, then you're actually putting the students out in the community for longer periods of time and taking away the safest place that they could possibly be, during the school day. And so all of that is creating the internal tug of war on when to make that call. Now, what's gonna help that if we do go remote is remote, as Mr. Verhoff likes to call it, and it sounds like a TV commercial, remote 2.0, and we have it there, that it actually maintains a quasi high school schedule. And so Johnny, that has first period biology, he's gonna have to be online at first period time for biology when they go remote. So it's not gonna be, well, like we were just talking about with OSBA, it's not gonna be archived, for them to go like, oh, I'd rather go to school at 7 p.m. rather than 7 a.m. This is gonna be different. This is gonna be taking attendance, being online, and actually doing the remote work in real time. And so that should help limit folks being out in the community, because they'll have to be on their, on their devices to participate when the teacher is presenting first period biology. And so that'll help a little bit with some of that.
We adjusted that start time a little bit with remote learning with what we came up with in August. Basically, the kids would have half-hour class periods, live Zoom interaction. There'd be a little bit of time at the beginning of the day where teachers would be available to collaborate with one another, to be available for students. But essentially, they would have all their class periods 30 minutes a day.
And I guess based on that question I asked earlier, probably that absenteeism rate probably varies per school.
Yes.
And I'm sure it's not the same type of classified person that's out in every circumstance. Like you mentioned, sometimes you have cafeteria staff, which will then maybe impact the whole department.
Right.
And so I guess what I'm trying to say is you have a hard decision to make, and I'm just wondering what will be the tipping point to decide.
Yeah.
And then I'm sure you're going to say there's going to be some leeway of time to get people prepared for that, and then reiterate what learning 2.0 means.
Yes. There will be some prep time, but it was exciting to hear today that from the secondary teachers that they felt like, if we made the decision and gave them 24 hours notice, that they could be ready to go because of some of the trainings that they went through, in August before with our delayed start, that they had things prepared and they were ready to move. Now, on the flip side, whether families and students, could be prepared to move, that quickly, it's, and that's another reason for secondary. If we went secondary remote, the hope is that the secondary students are more responsible, more mature at the level that families wouldn't have to uproot their entire family and or work schedule, for that to occur. And then the younger ones, could stay in school with the staff resources pushed down to those buildings. And so it would be an easier transition than the real young ones going home.
Sure. There's logistics of how you move your cafeteria staff from your high school over to reassigning them to an elementary school. I mean, there's a lot of details that I'm sure that we're not considering, but.
And again, the piece with remote is that we would shoot for a target return date. But then again, a concern in talking to superintendents is that we actually would have data that would say it's time to come back. And right now, the data community-wise, across the state, is trending in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And so, folks value in-person learning, and to a person, in-person learning is going to be, more effective and more engaging than remote learning. But the concern is when you go to remote learning, you might be in it for longer than you had planned. And so Those are all the concerns, that go into this decision. And then fueled by the fact you want everybody to be safe and healthy too. And so it's all out there to try to maximize learning, maximize health and wellness, and then come up with a decision that helps us do that.
So I sat in on the same session that you were referencing earlier where the superintendents were talking about COVID before and COVID now. And one of the takeaways that I heard was surveying families to see who will be coming back after being on a PLP or another online platform, as well as those families that may be considering moving to that platform so that you can adjust your resources based on that information that you receive. However, it feels like it's a moving target right now because our numbers seem to be trending in the wrong direction. So what someone says today about their plans for January might change based on the data related to what's happening with COVID in our community.
Just to do a little tongue in cheek, they changed it in September too. When they signed up and they said, we're gonna be with PLP all the way till January. Yeah. They changed, because it wasn't, they expected to have somebody that was similar to their favorite teacher in Tipp City, running the PLP program, and that's not the way the online schools are set up. Right. And so some people, didn't gravitate to that format as much as they thought they would. And so some of the decisions said like, yeah, we'll be with it the whole first semester. And they only made it a couple of weeks before they felt like their child was being unsuccessful, and then they transitioned back. And I was glad to hear, because I thought I was the only superintendent that was doing the revisions, but I was glad to hear that virtually every superintendent in Miami County, that they don't want to hear that a student is being unsuccessful and just say, well, you signed up for the whole semester, we'll see you in January. And everybody was saying that they wanted to make sure students were successful, and they were letting folks move back and forth to make sure we met the needs of the students.
Yes, just one question about the spreading, outside school spreading of
Yes.
COVID.
Yes.
Has there been any discussions about the student athletes or the student extracurricular participants once they leave the building and they're, in competition or whatever? So has there been any correlates to show that that's also creating or not?
Not that I've heard, and by virtue of the fact that they let, well, not that they let, but the fall season stayed open all the way till the conclusion. They wouldn't have allowed that to happen if there was a correlate to that. Now, with that being said, were there some contests canceled, like you see on TV with the NFL and Major League Baseball? Yes, there were some schools, and I think, in my opinion, Mr. Verhoff, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think the health departments were all erring on the side of caution. And so if one football player came down positive, they declared the whole football team to be in close contact. And so they shut the whole team down, and so when they did that, I think that was sending a message out that, everybody's got to stay healthy in order for said high school to continue with their program. Some of the other sports like cross country, we ended up with a cross country runner or two that, either tested positive or was on quarantine, but they're out running. And, if it was in the cross country race, the front runner to the end runner could be half a mile, 3/4 of a mile. And so they didn't declare all of those folks in close contact, but for whatever reason, football, they'd be like, well, you could have been in on any tackle at any part of this football game. And so then they would shut the whole program down. But I was surprised, and I've been involved in sports world and other group activities for a lot of years, and I was surprised that there weren't more cases, identified with that, because a game like football, there's no 6 feet. When you're going after the runner and you're actually involved in the tackle, there's 0 feet, in between you and that person, and they really didn't have the spread that I think a lot of people thought.
And if the district got to a situation where they felt like maybe it's time to close the middle school, let's say, or middle school and high school, or just the high school, what is the thought process in terms of sports for that building? Would that be also an immediate end as well, or have you discussed the remote learning and then having sports continue?
I think that it's more of a discussion if our remote learning is a short span of time. But if remote learning would go like last spring did, just go and then it's closed, then it's closed. Then the school is closed and then the athletic competitions stop as well. In our plan that we wrote up there, we said that we would consult with OHSAA to determine, what the sports schedules would be if we went to remote learning. But the long-term remote learning, most of the other districts seem to put that with the color purple. That it's a major shutdown on the community side of things. Then if you get to that for remote learning, then the sports would come along with it. In a red zone, we've heard that there's some other districts on short-term remote learning, and their athletics have been allowed to continue. So it would be an activity that with masks and social distancing when you could, and those would be able to occur on the short term. So I want to provide that information to the board. Again, if we would get to a transition spot, the board, if we were between meetings, the board would be notified of the plans as we move forward. For everybody is to stay safe and stay healthy.
Thank you. Does anybody have any additional questions regarding our remote learning update? All right. I'd like to move on to item 4, citizens' comments. Mr. Stevens, do you have the sign up thing? Oh, do I call them?
Yes.
Okay, do I need to set anything up for them, like a change?
No, they'll just come and stand and.
Should I put a marker on the floor for them?
No, don't worry about it.
All right, we have Mrs. Abby Bowling. Bowling? Bowling, all right.
Yeah.
If you would like to please come in. Well,
Don't breathe.
Well, you can
Okay.
stand at the door if you want to.
That's okay.
and then Mr. Stevens, do you let her know when she can start? Is that?
We'll do 5 minutes, Abby, or
2.5.
you think you're
2.5.
good?
2.5.
I won't even
All
time it.
right.
Don't even time me. My name is Abby Bowling, and I live at 861 Hawthorne Drive in Tipp City. I have witnessed, either in person or virtually, the majority of the school board meetings this year. All members of this current board have expressed their desire to be transparent in their board actions, and each of you have stated you have an obligation to explain to the community your position in agreement with your policy manual, philosophy of board PO 0118A, maintain two-way communications with citizens of the district, and the citizens shall be urged to bring their aspirations and concern about the district to the attention of this body. So my concern is I do not understand the board's voting record on the monthly treasurer's report. I am asking for an explanation or clarification to understand why there are a total of 13 abstained votes to date on the various monthly treasure documents. There are 9 abstains on the monthly finance report. There is 1 on the fiscal year 20 appropriation. There is 1 on the fiscal year 21 permanent appropriation, 1 on now and then, and 1 on the 5-year forecast. I recognize that Robert's Rules of Order allow the board members the option to abstain, but usually an elected official will state why he or she has abstained. For example, he or she was absent from a prior meeting and will abstain on approving minutes.
or he or she has a conflict of interest. I would like to conclude with a quote from the University of Wisconsin website. I quote, "Abstaining from voting deprives constituents of representation of the matter in question. As a Tipp City school taxpayer and voter, I am respectfully asking for an explanation for these abstentions related to the financial position of the school." Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
And I have just a short note to give to Mr. Spears as a bookkeeping thing.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Mr. Watson? Hi, Mr. Watson.
Hello.
You've signed up for the beginning and the end, and I know last time when you came, we offered you to have 10 minutes instead of having to wait. Would you like, again, the option to have 10 minutes?
No.
Okay. All right.
Before I start, I would like to bring the attention to the school board. The reason that I came to the door and said something is because I wanted to illustrate how I hear at ball games how the attitude of one of the school board members is the very thing that I brought up last meeting, is sowing discord. I graduated 53 years ago. I have not seen it in 50 years, somebody that disrupts the spirit of the school board. And so I think it's time on Facebook. I'm not on Facebook, but people tell me what it looks like on Facebook. So I think it's time that the school moves this. We've seen it in all the school shootings to at least a classroom size where the first priority of a shooting is they put the desk in front of the door if there's a shooter. I'm not trying to hide anything. I wore my holster tonight. There's no gun in it because on the door it says no, but if I'm a irate person, don't like someone in here, Mr. Stefanik is not the person to stop me at the door. That's not your job. So I'm saying, as a school board, you move to a larger site that you have protection and you hire a security officer. You people are important. And the second reason I came to the door, if you were sitting out there and I have no right to speak, you're right, in a work session. But I was illustrating, if someone heard what was going on in here and you want to say something, it can move your attitude real quick. And so what I'm telling you as an administrator, get the location changed. It's been here for years, but before this, it was Broadway Cafeteria, a large room. Now that we've had the school shootings, we don't need one at a Board of Education. And the things people are telling me that are on Facebook is not safe for all of the school board members. These ladies are my friends, plus Teresa. You don't need it. You owe it to your family. And to the school district, you were elected to be safe. So take the precautions and do it. I'm sorry, that came to me. Okay, last time I spoke on scriptures and what they meant to me and what they mean to the whole population. They haven't changed. They're the same tonight as they have been for the last 100 years. It doesn't change. But another thing that upset me was when Nancy Bowman wrote in the Tipp Gazette on October 12th meeting, she quoted Dave Stevens as saying, "The whole night has been ridiculous and the whole evening has been crazy." I'm tired of hearing this. I am an alumnus of Tipp City. We don't change the actions and the attitude of people on the board for my alumnus. We get along. So Simon, I ask you, the arrow has been pointing to you. Your partner, Tom Dysinger, is my friend and my attorney. I don't want your practice to get the wrong reputation that you're presenting discord in my school board meetings. That's why I said resign and get out. Let someone take your place. You don't need this in Tippecanoe schools. The administrators shouldn't be dealing with it. If you're questioning the finances, why didn't you question $154,000 gave to 2 administrators when they retired? I haven't heard you bring that up to the public. If you're worried about spending money, that's something to worry about. Your partner, Tom Dysinger, was on the council for 12 years and he had none of this action. He's a good man. I worked for his father for 2 years in the nursery business. I know the whole family. So, you know, what didn't your mother teach you? Love, politeness? I'm asking, that's a question. Thank you.
Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Don.
I'll take that list back from you.
All right, thank you. Are you ready to move on, Mr. Stevens, or do you need some time to?
I believe we're up to TCEA comments.
Ms. Dunaway, did TCEA send any comments for this evening?
She did not, and Dave and I discussed it at the agenda meeting. And did you ever hear back, Dave, on that?
She's not here, so I'm assuming that.
So, Mrs. Dahl, there are none.
All right, thank you.
Somebody in the lobby that I can't see.
Do you have any president comments, Mrs. Dunaway?
No, I'm going to wait and save it for December when I'm in person. I think it'd be more appropriate. I appreciate that. Thank you. Do you have any comments to add?
Nope, I don't have any comments.
Fantastic.
All right, item 7, approval of the minutes.
I'll make the motion.
There's 3 of them. Do you motion for all of them or just the first one?
Dave, can we do them all together?
Let's just do them one at a time. So the first one is recommend approval of the September 28th regular meeting minutes. And Teresa, do you want to be the first on that?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All right, first and second, Ms. Dunaway and Ms. Heatherly.
Anybody have any proposed changes or issues?
I have some discussion. I don't think that the minutes adequately address the discussions of the parties. I understand that our attorneys have indicated that they feel that based on the reading of the minutes themselves, they appear to be complete enough. And that if a board member feels they're incomplete, that they can move to amend them. I don't have the desire to move to amend the entire meeting's minutes, nor do I think it's my responsibility. And so I'm going to be voting no on these minutes, but I wanted to articulate the reasoning behind it.
Do you have anything specific that you want more detail on? Just like in the future, like what do you want more detail on?
I think that they don't define the reasoning behind the discussion. They provide overriding summary or subject, like a topic sentence almost, without articulating the reasoning behind it. We had some discussions lasting 30 minutes to an hour, and some of these minutes that get summarized in one sentence. I don't think that is sufficient to articulate the deliberation of this board. And I think that, in my opinion, that is not sufficient to satisfy the Ohio Public Meetings Act, rather. And so that's my overriding position.
I would agree. I was reading them and it said that I asked a question, but I don't remember what question I asked. And so that would, to me, would be an example of what I think you're asking Simon. I think there was a question that I asked about on something on one of the treasurer reports. And all it says is that I asked a question and Dave answered it. And so I think that might illustrate the example of what you're articulating as a concern. And I would agree that I think there could be a little bit more detail. And that's a great example because clearly I asked a question, but I don't remember what the question was. I'd have to go back and look through my notes to see what that question was.
Okay.
So it's not about the resolution of how it was answered, but I think there should be some context in which the question relates to the report.
Okay. And I have to abstain because I wasn't at this September 28th meeting, but our lawyers have indicated that the extent of Mr. Stevens' note are sufficient and a person could go back and watch the video if they did not feel like this gave them enough information. So unless there's any other comments, are we ready to vote?
Sure.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Abstain, I wasn't at the meeting.
Patrick,
No.
Zakor.
Yes.
Thank you. Item B, prior meeting notes, October 12th, 2020. Do I have a motion to accept?
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second.
All right, first by Mrs. Dunaway and seconded by Mrs. Zakor. Any comments on this one?
No, I'll just comment in general is, poor Dave, we told him earlier in the year that his minutes were far too detailed and not detailed enough. So, gosh, right? What do you do? I guess somewhere in between, but anyway,
Back to what I was doing.
two different directions.
Well, I'm not suggesting verbatim minutes. I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm just suggesting that the content might be expanded just a bit to reference what the discussion was related to the topic. So I think there is a happy medium.
Correct. Right, and that's just what I was trying to say because, we did tell him that they were too detailed, so he followed the board's directive and made them less detailed. Now they're not detailed enough. So, like most things, this is a work in progress. It's fluid. I trust Dave to, so to speak, beef it up. And, I know that he'll do it appropriately.
All right. Any other comments or concerns or questions?
My other comment was not so much a concern, but I listened to Mr. Stevens' comment also about sometimes it's not an unwillingness to what to put in the minutes. It's just that our dialogues kind of go fast and extensive and
I agree.
it's like, oh, wow, keeping up with it all and what do you extract?
Mhm. We need a stenographer.
Yeah.
Well, I worked for a board that's exactly what happened.
They got
They
a
had a
stenographer?
stenographer.
Well, there was someone assigned to that duty
Mhm,
and it wasn't our treasurer.
mhm.
Was it just on that basis, a part-time just for the meetings, Joellen?
No, it was a designated role of the administrative assistant to the superintendent. It was her job.
In addition to her other roles as an administrative assistant.
Right.
So in other words, stenography was a requirement for that position.
I don't know that detail. I just know that was her role. Because our
interesting, yeah.
superintendent and our treasurer had a lot of duties related to their roles. And so taking that away, I don't know if that
Is that
is.
common, Mr. Stefanik? Do you have a
I don't know if it's
stenographer?
common, but one of the districts I worked for, my administrative assistant was the in charge
The
of the
minute
minutes for the board.
taker, not so much stenographer, but.
Hey, Dave, didn't we at one point discuss some type of software where,
It's, we're going too far down the rabbit hole on this.
gotcha.
It's not easy.
No
I looked
problem.
into it
I
and
just
tried
wanted-
it, and I just felt I could do it faster if I wrote
Okay.
it.
No problem at all. I was just offering a suggestion and I kind of vaguely remember the conversation, but not really, so I'm good.
All right. I think we're good to call roll, Mr. Stevens, when you're ready.
I just would note my continuing reasoning for voting no on these minutes.
May I ask, are we interviewing for a superintendent's assistant?
That would be under old business, wouldn't it?
Well, I'm
No,
actually,
it's actually, I was gonna say, when we were doing the agenda, it's an item on it, or just a placeholder, and we're just not finished yet with the last week's cases and things. We're in the process right now of finalizing it, so.
having somebody with,
Oh, you mean with typing skill? Oh, that's why you asked to see if we could just add that to the job description, okay.
I don't know.
Well, our attorneys think that they're sufficient, and then if you ask somebody to come in and, type, that's an additional cost. I think that if they're sufficient and the videos are also there for reference, if somebody goes, well, wait, what question did Joellen ask? They can go back and look at that, and that's just another way, because then that is 2, 3, 4 hours of somebody typing, and that's
Yes, it
an
is.
hourly rate.
Yes, it is.
And the only reason I say that is because our attorney has said that these are acceptable minutes.
Well, I think the attorney said that on its face, they look appropriate, but that if there's an issue related to a board member feeling that they're not specific enough, they can request that they be amended. And then the attorney articulated the legal requirement that they be detailed enough to articulate what we're deliberating and positions asserted, all that stuff. That's a summary, it's not a verbatim description. And so based on that letter, what I understood is that what we're putting down in minutes has to articulate our positions and how we're deliberating about them. When you're not identifying questions being asked about financial reports, when you're limiting a 30 minutes an hour conversation to one topic sentence without the underlying factors related to the opinion asserted, I don't think that that's sufficient detail to provide what we deliberated about. And so I'm going to note my objection and the fact that I'm voting no so that people understand why I am. I understand that you may feel differently, but I think that the attorney saying they're sufficient is a little different than what I read, is my opinion.
You could also send him ideas for additions to the notes if you feel that, right? I'm just saying that if you feel like, hey, you left out my comment about this or that, I'd like this included in the notes.
Yeah, I don't have the desire to go through our minutes and identify all the ways they're deficient. That's not my job. I'm here to review them and approve them. I'm glad to make some minor revisions, but I don't want to rewrite the minutes.
But if there is something in reading the minutes, I'm kind of a reader. I try. If you feel that there's a key thing missed or, just send that, email that to you, Mr. Stevens.
If you have any suggested changes, I'm always open to taking them and incorporating them into the minutes. And if we do that, if we get those to me, we can even, like we've done before, we have it as an attachment showing what the changes were that needed to be made, and then I incorporate them in.
And that is common.
That is very common.
I mean, not necessarily on every single set of things, but if somebody reads something and said like, I would like to see, this added into the discussion about whatever.
When Mr.
Yeah,
Stevens
boards do
did
that.
his very in-depth ones, Joellen and Teresa were really good about, finding things. They're really good at that. So, all right, Mr. Stevens, I think we're ready for a roll call if you are.
Right there.
Right, the minutes.
I guess while we're waiting, I think the minutes from the 12th are more informative than the minutes from the 28th or whatever the first that was.
So a step closer towards what
Yes,
you were
absolutely.
looking for. Good.
Yes,
Okay, hold on.
so please don't take these comments as a criticism of your work. We do acknowledge the time that you put into it, and I'll quit talking
And
so
that's
you can
good
put right
feedback.
back.
Right,
Yeah.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Zakor,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes,
Patrick.
No,
motion carries.
All right, can I get a motion to approve the October 26th minutes? Item C.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second. Motion and second, Dunaway and Dahl.
Is there any discussion?
Yeah, is there any discussion?
Still my continuing concern and reasoning behind voting no.
Did you read these minutes, Simon? These were much more involved than the previous 2 minutes.
What do you think, Joellen? Do you think these are approaching more of the detail that you would like to see as well?
I think they're fine.
Okay, so somewhere along this continuum, Mr. Stevens, yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely see the
Yeah,
greater length of
I think so as
discussions and the
well.
like.
Yeah.
The bullet statements sort of capture the spirit of the discussion.
All right, if there's no further feedback or questions or comments, let's call for a vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick,
No.
Zakor.
Yes,
Motion carries.
On to item 8, treasurer's report. Or do you do this yourself?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I can do that. Looking for a motion to approve the monthly financial report for October 2020.
I have a motion.
I'll second.
I'm going to give it to Heatherly.
That's fine.
That's fine.
She won.
She was first, but I think Teresa's on delay. So
True.
anybody have any questions or concerns about the financial report for 2020 October?
This is not audited, correct, Mr. Stevens?
These are not audited. No.
I would then say that as reasoning for abstentions on financial reports, it was discussed earlier today that abstentions aren't explained. I do not feel comfortable ever approving any type of financial report or statement that's not audited, in that I don't have the underlying statements and documents to review and verify them. And so I always am willing to hear a financial report, ask questions about it, be informed about it, but I don't feel comfortable approving it, in that there's legal consequences for something that goes wrong in those instances.
So do you think abstaining from it protects you?
I think so.
I was not under that impression when I went to a couple trainings.
It's your impression.
It's your impression that it protects you.
so opening this up because don't feel real knowledgeable in this area, but the way I view it, I mean, I do try to look these over, but financing is not my background. And I make an assumption that the treasurer is the financial expert. And so, I mean, I hear what Simon, you're saying, because no, obviously, none of us verify all of this, you know, each one of these, like Title III limit, I mean, I don't actually see that amount. I'm assuming that that's reported accurately.
Well, Dave
Is
is
that a-
certifying it
Yeah,
when you submit it, so
So I'm
there's
asking,
a
is
level
that-
expectation. Sometimes I go back and check the same month, the year before, to sort of maybe as a check and balance. Sometimes I compare it from the previous month or months.
but you know, I mean,
I don't share the same concern as Simon, but I don't understand. I mean, I respect what you're saying. I think that makes all of us vulnerable then if we are, voting for something that then we can be held liable for, but you could say that that's everything we do.
Yes, I agree.
So,
I mean, is it our responsibility to individually verifiable every line item in here? I mean,
I'm not sure how.
I think we
could.
have a responsibility, if we have questions, to call Dave before the
Yes.
meeting.
I agree.
I mean, things I noticed, like, okay, did the ESC fund increase dramatically from this period to that period? And why is that? And, things like that, but
Well, usually
Right.
there's an explanation of expenditures.
And he does a good job with that as well.
And let me just say that the abstention is not an indication of concern or disapproval. If there was concern or disapproval, I would inquire as to the specific items or state such concerns with some pretty good specificity. It's just, I'm not going to approve something that's not audited unless I'm legally required. It's my understanding I'm not legally required, so I'm going to abstain.
And these do get audited, right, Mr. Stevens? Once
These are not audited. The annual
our
financial,
finances.
yes, our annual financial statements are audited every year.
Are audited every year.
Yeah.
And they audit for the past year, right?
Yeah, that's going on right now.
Yeah, so the financial statements ending June 30th, 2020 are currently being audited.
Yeah, and I will say, in the 5 years I've been on the board, we haven't had any issues, so knock on wood for that. Thank you, Dave.
I have zero concerns related to having any issues. It's just my position.
We're ready for a vote, Corinne?
Yep. Oh, Mr. Stevens, please take our vote.
Well,
Okay.
is there any explanation that you want to state publicly about the report this month? I think we,
I can just state that all the information in this report are tied back to information that are pulled from our financial system. Everything, every number presented in there can be tied back to a report, whether it's a revenue ledger, a cash summary, or a financial expense ledger. I try to go through and dig into all of the expenditures and the receipts to determine why we have differences from month to month or from prior year to current year. And, that's a lot of information to dig through, but I feel it's important that we document it in the financial statement. And honestly, if I had been, as an auditor, I would have loved to have read why these differences occurred, because it would have totally helped with my analytics and understanding why there's a big change in numbers from year to year.
And we don't have to vote on a monthly financial report. You could put that under a different section that we don't even vote on because it's not
I
required.
think they just have to be accepted by the board, but
Yeah.
the board had approved them in the past, and that's just the tradition that we've kept, is that they're voted on for approval. There is actually, this month was very boring. It was very consistent with the previous 2 years. Any changes weren't noted. I mean, overall, the largest issue was COVID and expenses due to that. So, yeah.
All right. Well, let's vote.
Okay. Dahl,
Yes.
Heatherly,
yes?
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patry,
Abstain.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Yep. Item B, oh, sorry, you did it yourself.
That's fine. Looking for a motion for approval of the fiscal year 21 appropriation amendments.
All motion?
I'll second.
I will just note, we only had one change from last month to this month, and that was for our federal grant. We had some unspent money from last year that we carried over to this year, and we just had to appropriate it so we could spend it.
Great, thank you.
I believe that is our special ed money.
Seeing that.
Yes.
Well, if no one has any further questions, I think we can have a vote.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion approved. Item C, Treasurer's Report, looking for a motion to approve the ORC 5705.41 purchase order certification then and now for October of 2020.
I'll move.
Second.
Dunaway, I believe there was only one item on this report.
Yeah, Naviance.
Yes. And that's just, I can't recall if the invoice came in later, but we just had to do it then and now on it. These are services that we received. I think we started doing this last year, and we're just continuing those services again this year.
Can I ask you a question about Naviance, Dave?
Sure.
It's not a question on how you paid it or anything like that, but my question would be to Mr. Veerhoff or Mr. Stefanik. is, have we ever done any audit of this program to see if it's used, how it's used, if we're using it effectively, and if we should maintain it or keep it?
Yes, we actually have a meeting on Tuesday to talk more about that.
So what's the current data that we have on it? Because we just paid $9,677 and I haven't seen any data.
Last school year, there were assessments administered at the middle school and the high school. It was also used for common applications and teacher letters of recommendation.
Is that amount a monthly amount?
No.
No,
It's an annual.
Annual?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'm just,
Paying for the next year.
I swear
Right, this is going
Correct.
to pay it forward for
Correct.
the subscription or license to use it for the next year.
You said they're doing that again next week. They're gonna look at it, or
Tuesday, we're meeting. Yeah.
What are you guys gonna look at it for?
We're looking to expand it more into career exploration. That was the original intent with it.
I remember.
It's been a phased process. And then obviously last spring didn't help with any of that.
So, we use it for which grades?
We use it for 6 through 12.
6 through 12. And what parts of it do we currently use, 6 through 12?
We're using the career assessments. I can't name all off the top of my head, but
But for career, would that be the
correct,
general?
correct. Career interest, personality surveys, see what kind of careers you would be interested in. What we're meeting about on Tuesday is look at how do we make this into somewhat of a 10-year plan for kids, where they start out and use the career fair in 4th and 5th grade as kind of a launching point into career interest, and then utilize Naviance and other professional speakers in the community to come in. And when I say professional speakers, I mean people out in the field, but an airline pilot, have them come in and talk to students and talk about what that job would be. And developing a career exploration type curriculum based off of that 10-year plan and incorporate Naviance and still utilize Naviance for counseling, I don't want to say services, but more of record keeping with letters of recommendation, common application.
So is this primarily a counselor tool then?
It is primarily a counselor tool right now, yes.
What I-
Tool for letters of recommendation.
Go
How
ahead.
many years have we had Naviance? Is it 3? I'm trying to remember. 3 or 4?
I believe this is our 2nd year.
Oh, 2nd? I feel like it was longer. So are students currently using it or students with
Yes.
in the
Yeah,
future, the ability to use it?
Yeah, no, students are currently using it. I actually wrote a letter of recommendation for a student and submitted it through Naviance last week.
Okay, and is there like, is it possible that we could use it for transcripts? Is that something that's been considered?
I'm not sure how that would sync up with our student information system, but I can look into it.
I've just heard of other schools that really use Naviance for transcripts, because that's one part of the guidance counselor's job where they get really overwhelmed. Because if you have, 225 kids in your graduating class, each kid tries, applies to 3 or 4 colleges. That's very time consuming for them. And I could be wrong on that, but for some reason, I thought Naviance was a huge asset tool for helping with transcripts.
It is. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question, Ms. Dunaway. I thought you were asking if we could use it to create our transcripts. You're asking to submit them to schools, and yes, we do utilize it for that.
Okay, great, because I wasn't aware of that, so that makes me happy.
What I recall you explaining when you brought the idea to the board 2 or 3 years ago, is that it created a framework and that other schools were using this same framework, and there were advantages to using this because there are so many greater expectations now reaching into the elementary schools about career development, career exploration, and helping students to launch a career upon, leaving us. And so
Correct.
this was a framework that other schools were using as well. That's what I recall. It seemed like a solid investment because it seemed like it gave us, it took away some of the randomness related to some of those functions, not only of the counselors, but letters of recommendations, transcripting, all those things.
Correct.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask you, this 96, roughly 9,700, is that for certain components within Naviance, or does
Yes.
that give you full
It's-
access to all the features and within Naviance, or do you have to pay more if you're going to be utilizing?
There's a fee structure, just like anything else. There's a menu of options. I met with the counselors about a month ago to look at what are some things that we aren't utilizing right now that we can take off of that fee structure for next year and say, we're not going to utilize that, so why are we paying for that? So to go back to Ms. Dunaway's point, kind of auditing the program and seeing what we're using and not using and move forward from there. So yes, there are add-on services that
Or
you can
if
purchase.
you wanted an add-on, then you might pay a little more for
Correct.
that, and then eliminate that. Second question, I'm just trying to catch up to speed here. Is this, who has the control to Naviance? Is it controlled through, who's the gatekeeper of accessing it? Is it only the school counselor? Or do students, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. That's an excellent question. There is a school counselor at each building. Obviously, at the middle school, there's only one who is kind of the lead person for the platform at that building. So at the middle school, it's Ann Tui. At the high school, it's Miss Christine Schmidt.
So it is the counselors that kind of open up the gate to allow the students to participate with the services.
Correct. And it talks with our student information system and pulls in the student rosters and their student information and things like that would be uploaded into it.
So would it be a fair assessment that the student needs to take initiative with the counselor to start accessing and experiencing some of those certain, I mean, how does that get generated? Who's the generator behind that?
So in the past, the counselors have gone into classrooms and helped students with setting up their accounts and things like that. Now, at this point, students are familiar with what Naviance are because we've been using it. They know what their account is. And so when they meet with students, then they would utilize Naviance to talk through applications and things like
Whatever
that.
that issue is. But they cannot access it on their own computer, the students. They do need to go through the.
No, they can't.
Oh, they
They
can't.
can't. Yeah, they have individual student accounts and there's actually parent accounts too.
I didn't realize that. Wow.
Mhm.
And who sets up that account to begin
The
with?
counselor could
The
set you up
counselor does,
with a
okay.
parent account, yeah. And I believe I don't know if we got that far last year or not.
Oh, wow.
So the motion on the table is to approve the payment of
Yes.
the system and the subscription and licensure to use it next year. And I heard you say, Mr. Verhoff, that you're meeting to sort of assess where we're at. We have a lot of questions.
Well, we're
Might there be
currently
an-
using the program.
Kind of like the
Using
next
it.
steps for usage is
It
what
sounds like you
Correct.
are evaluating and assessing how to use it
In a year
more
when we're not,
efficiently going forward.
yeah, in a
Can you-
year
can
where
you
we're
give
not
us a
doing a
summary?
curriculum review, this is a great opportunity to do some auditing of this and look at how we could lay out a career exploration curriculum or pathway for our students without having to get subs for people to come in and do some half-day work, and also not spending, hundreds of thousands of dollars on textbooks and things like that, so.
And setting up maybe your program for next year. I mean, because
Correct.
this is just a wonky, and last year was wonky, so. Yeah. So I think we're ready for a roll. I think everybody's certain on what they're approving now,
Well, I'm clear.
or more clear.
I'm clear.
Yeah.
Well, we're not approving the program, we're just approving paying the invoice, so.
Correct.
I'm sorry.
Correct.
But I appreciate the education.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you have additional questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay.
Thank you. So for the vote, Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Heatherly,
Yes,
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
motion carries.
And last but not least, I am looking for a motion for approval of the November 2020 5-year forecast.
all motion.
I'll second.
Okay. So the forecast that we presented, this is a 5-year look. It shows 3 prior years and 5 future years, including this, and those 5 years include this year. And this is just what my thoughts are on what the financial outlook for the school district is over the next 5 years. This report is required, excuse me, it's required to be updated twice a fiscal year. So we do it in November and then again in May. And so along with the financial numbers that we're presenting, there's also assumptions, and these assumptions show how I've determined what these numbers will be and what my estimates are. And so the one thing to point out is that, yes, we can continue, in my estimate, for the next 5 years with a positive cash balance at the end of every year. However, if you look at the end of 2025, the dollar amount is pretty low. Luckily, it doesn't go into a negative amount. If we did have a report that did show a negative cash balance at the end of year 3, then the state would step in and consider your district in financial distress, and they would want to know what steps you're going to put in place to remove that negative balance. And so luckily, we do not have that issue. The other good thing in this report is that you will see that we are not going out and looking for any new revenues, or I'm sorry, any new levies from the community. We are currently just relying on the current levies we have in place. However, there is a renewal of an emergency levy that is being projected in 2025. We will have a levy that expires in December 31st of 2024. So if we don't renew that, then we will have a reduction in our revenues. If, I'm sorry, this is a little small on the screen. If we do not renew that emergency levy, instead of ending with a positive cash balance of $270,000, we're looking at a deficit of $2.8 million. So the levies are definitely important to renew. I'm hoping that if you have not received an email from OSBA or anything like that, I mean, we have spoken before of the Fair School Funding Plan that has been proposed by Cut Patterson.
Yeah.
If that plan were to go through, the estimates do show that Tipp City Schools would receive additional foundation revenue.
I did see that.
I believe it jumps, their estimate jumps from about $8 million a year to $10 million a year. The downside, though, is that with that program is an increase in funds approved to be spent by the state. I think it's, gosh, I cannot recall the number. I want to say it was in the billion number. They would have, for us to get 2 million, and there's over 600 districts in the state, you know, we're talking about increasing expenses. And I think it was about $1 billion would be added on for expense to the state budget. And so that's what lawmakers, I mean, if this was just going to reallocate funding between the schools, then it's not too big of an issue, although you're going to have, if we're getting 2, then somebody's losing money.
Yeah.
But this one is providing additional funding. That's the Fair School Funding Plan. Well, it's great. I don't know how the legislature is going to take it, although it is being pushed very hard because Ohio has a history of funding plans that are not very good. We've even had a school funding plan that was deemed unconstitutional years ago. And I believe the funding plan has changed 3 or 4 times in the past 10 years. So we're still trying to find the sweet spot on how to fund schools. But so that is one thing that is noted at the end of the forecast, that the state is looking into funding issues or helping with foundation funding for schools. But we're not relying on that in this forecast. This forecast is just is relying on business as usual from the state when it comes to the funding. Luckily, one thing that we noted in our May forecast of 2020, we had just taken a hit from the state by about $530,000 when they cut revenues due to the COVID economy, and there were losses. And I believe that we had estimated 10% more of a reduction this school year, in fiscal year 2021, but the state came back and ended up just repeating the same cut that they did in 2020. So instead of a 10% decrease in funding, we still just hit a 5.5% or 6% decrease. So it could have been worth a lot. It could have been a bigger cut than 530,000, but luckily they just took 530. That's still a tough pill to swallow. But because, with school funding, every little bit counts. I mean, we heavily rely on our community to help provide funding for the district.
Yes.
That is definitely our property taxes are the largest provider of funding for our schools. It's over 60% of our funding comes from the community. So we definitely appreciate that. I guess make the long story short is that I'm hoping that this 5-year forecast is overestimating on our expenditures and underestimating on our receipts, just because you want to end up better. But if we perform exactly as this forecast shows, in 5 years, we will be hurting for funding. And I would say 3 or 4 years from now, we will have to start looking at plans for additional levies, and that is not something that we like to do. We want to do the best that we can with the money that we've been provided for. So you'll notice again, if you look at the interest line item, which is actually in other revenues, you can find it in the assumptions, but I've always harped on it. Interest has taken a huge hit because of COVID. If you were in the assumptions, you'd have to find interest.
Under other financing sources?
Yes.
So 2.070 under other financing sources, which is like the second major.
Yeah. But last year or in 2019, we were looking at over $400,000 in interest revenue. And this year we are just not anywhere near that at all. And it's sad, but it's not just us. That's the entire country and the entire world, in fact, is dealing with this right now. So yeah, interest.
So I have 3 questions.
Go ahead, Joellen.
Maybe they're comments and perhaps you can direct me to where they would be.
Mm-hmm.
So I see on page 14 where you're listing the positions that we cut and that we anticipated expecting to have that $535,000 cut to our budget. But it doesn't really say which positions we added back in and what that impact.
No, those are the ones that we currently do not have right now.
I think later on in the agenda, aren't we reviewing someone for the middle school English teacher position? And we added aides back in. I'm just wondering what the impact of those initiated cuts in the spring and which positions we've added back into the table organization and what impact that has on the overall budget.
You said page.
I think it's on
14?
Page 14 where you identify the positions that we cut. Maybe
Hang on, I'm looking, Joellen, too.
The 8th grade English position or the English position at the middle school is not
the same.
replacing the position that was cut. It's replacing a teacher who went to the full-time online program as a point of contact. That full-time English position that was not filled is still unfilled.
Okay, thank you. That answered that question.
Page 11. Page 11.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So I know that we had some concerns about adding aides back in as we re-entered the school year after we had made some of those cuts. Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Verhoff.
I kind of along the same line as Joellen. If you're not done, because you said you had a couple.
If you want to talk about that specific topic, I guess I'm just I'm looking for something that shows the savings and then the offset of that savings based on who we've added back into the table organization and what that has to do with our personnel costs.
Where are we like overall with staffing?
Yes, but then we've also added additional hours and sub hours to food service, bus drivers, right, and custodial staff.
For that, I'd have to go back.
I know you don't have the answer right now. I guess I'm just posing that. I'd like to know sort of overall what that impact of these decisions is, because we want to make sure we have the resources to operate
Sure.
And so I don't want us to make these cuts in vain. But I also want us to be mindful as we're adding positions back in, or if we're identifying more resources related to our staffing, what does that impact overall on our budget? So Corinne, I don't know if your question was about that. I guess I'm just saying that sort of rhetorically to put that out there to see what discussion it brings up among us.
No, I absolutely, I really, really share that concern, because I think I've said this and I don't want to beat my own drum, but when we had to ask our admin to not take a pay raise, that felt like, it was a hard thing to do because they work really, really hard, and then when we brought in back those aides because of whatever.
School was back in session. The nurse, we added to the nursing staff. And my big concern then, as it remains now, is our budget, because I felt like it was really laid out to me very, very strong that finances were a huge, huge concern moving forward, and otherwise people should have been given raises, if that wasn't the concern. And so I just remain concerned, to the point, do we need to maybe look at because I'm looking at those bottom lines with you, Dave, and, we don't know what the market's going to do 2 to 3 years from now. Maybe we'll get back all that interest and more. When is the time, Mr. Stevens, do you think, to start being really conservative and tightening our belts? My goodness,
Well, I think this is already a very conservative, I think you err on the side of caution
right,
as far as
exactly.
like a 10%. You take 10%
I
into
don't
consideration.
mean to be rude, but I was asking Mr. Stevens.
You can see 13, 14, and 15. I'm sorry, saying that wrong. I'm looking at a number. Fiscal years 18, 19, and 20. We go from 13.6 up to 15 million, even down to 14.5. That's a $2 million. That was a swing up and then just kind of back down a little bit. But in 2021, we're seeing 14.5 down to 12.3. There's $2 million that's suddenly gone.
Right.
And then the next year goes to 10.6. That's almost another $2 million.
Right.
And then there's another $2.5 million. And it just, wages definitely.
They go up every year.
The wages definitely.
Cost goes up every
Yes.
year. Right. And I totally get that. That's why I'm just saying, I don't want to lose good people.
Yeah.
And I don't want to, if there's that's why I'm just asking, when is the time to be very critical of ourselves, where we can save so that we can keep people, that's always a huge concern. And I was just asking you, as our treasurer, just from looking at this, absent of putting on a levy, it just looks like maybe it's always good to do a little bit at a time rather than wait until 4 years from now and then go, oh my gosh, now we really have to save.
Yeah. Well, the last new money we received was the vote in 2015, May of 2015, before I came onto the district. We had an emergency levy that was approved, and to be able to go 6, 7, 8 years without asking for new money, in my mind, that's pretty good. Some districts would, because I know the district I came from, they were asking, it was like clockwork. Every 3 years, there was a new levy. Guess what expires every 3 years? A negotiated agreement or whatever those. So every 3 years, they were doing the next agreement, the next union agreement, the next union agreement. And we've been able to go 5 years now without a new levy. So if we can get 7 or 8 years out, that's really good. I would say, we still have, this statement still shows us with a nice cash balance of $8 million at the end of 2023. The very last page of this report shows a ending cash balance. It's the second to last page. There's an ending cash balance in true cash days. It shows you how long you could operate if you received no more money once your fiscal year ended. And, for And they like you to have at least 60 days of cash on hand. In 2023, we're down, we could go 97 days after 2023 and operate without any more revenues coming into the district. So we're above what's recommended. When you get to 2024, we are under by 7 days. We're at 53 days. And then when you get to 2025, you're at 3 days. We could last 3 more days and pay payroll, and then we're in trouble if we don't get any more money. So 2023 is where we want to start prepping for 2024 if these numbers hold like this. So again, I'm hoping that this is a conservative estimate and we're going to last longer, but with the current economy and the unknowns that are in the air, we don't know.
That's my next question.
Mhm.
So the payoff for the bond for the high school would be 2024.
It is December of 2024.
And so,
That is not in this financial statement.
Okay.
Because this only deals with our emergency levy fund and our general fund.
okay. But that would be something to take into consideration because our taxpayers will be done because we will have fulfilled that bond debt.
Mhm.
And then you're saying that we're going to probably need to renew an emergency.
Right, no new taxes unless we looked at converting our emergency levies into substitute emergency levies. So, which is something that we could do at any time.
Right. I think that's what I'm trying to lead this conversation to is that as we're planning as a board, as we're looking at like our strategic plan, that's something that we really need to keep into consideration and the timing of that and when to introduce that. And whether we pursue, I think we need to probably learn more about substitute levy and what the advantages are and when to introduce that. Not currently, because I think everyone is already in a precarious situation with COVID right
We
now.
can't talk about.
So not suggesting that. My other comment then, I guess, is a comment about the negotiated agreement that will be coming up in January. And so that would be projected out for 3 years. So that would take us through fiscal years 21, 22, 23.
It would actually be 2022,
22 through 25.
24, 22, 3, and 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and so this report probably takes none of that into consideration.
When it comes to employee salaries, there is a 2% estimate that is built into it, and that's across all staff members. And but that is just 2% is a lower one. I mean, if you go back and look at the negotiated agreement we had, I believe it was 2.25, 2.5, and then 3%
Right,
for the past 3 years.
right.
So
I think that's one of the assumptions that you usually make, and I may have missed that comment, but I just wanted to bring that out. That to me, I think it's probably time. I don't know what Teresa and you had sort of thought about it, what point we're going to start talking about preparing for that negotiated agreement that's going to happen in January.
I think the last time they did one, was it just the board president that did it?
it could be any of the
I
board
think it
members could.
probably goes on the agenda for an executive session, maybe in December.
Mhm.
Teresa,
I don't remember what we did last time.
I think it probably needs to be added to the agenda for December as an executive session.
Well, I think it would make sense, Joanne, to do it in January with the organizational meeting, because that's when we all pick our committees.
Oh,
You do it in
that
January.
is a committee, isn't it?
Yeah, because we did it as,
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
About who sits on the committee, I'm suggesting, do we need to add that as an executive session agenda item for our December meeting? So that we go into the negotiation prepared with some parameters. Because there's going to be an indication that the contract is going to be evaluated and some parameters for an increase. I mean, that's not unheard of.
Mr. Stefanik, can you give guidance here? To me, that's premature, but I'm relying on your expertise as a superintendent. But I don't ever remember having any type of executive session about this in a December timeframe in my 5 years.
There are, whether it's December or not, there are preparatory steps before you go into negotiations. And a lot of times there is discussion about the pay schedules, but there is actually a complete negotiated agreement. And so the entire agreement would need to be reviewed, to see if it's working the way it was intended to work. And so there are preparatory steps and conversations about negotiations are allowable executive session topics. And so again, whether it's December or some meeting, there would have to be a review of the negotiated agreement prior to starting negotiations.
I just want to make sure we give Dave time, because that's my recollection of before. I don't know if you remember that or not, but
I don't remember.
so I'm not going to go into the details of that. I just want to make sure that we're planning for that. That's all I'll say.
If there's no more discussion, can we call for a vote?
I believe I have Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Now this gets filed.
This is filed, yes, this will now be filed with the the Ohio Department of Education, and it can be, once it has been uploaded, it will be available online for anyone to review. I mean, they can already pull it through, it's in board docs, so they can pull it for there too, but it will be approved online, and these are how the state determines who's getting fiscal distress or fiscal watch, fiscal caution. So we would not be on either of those lists for now. All right.
Item 9, old business, A, library trustee process. Is this you, Mr. Stefani?
I can do the intro.
Okay.
The board has had a discussion and some review about the state statute regarding the appointment of library board trustees when vacancies occur or terms end. And it's my understanding that December is the timeline when there's one person's term ending this year. And so the board would need to make a decision what process they would like to put in place for the library trustee replacement process. I sent out very hard to find template policies in this area. When I talked to our Neola representative, he said that most boards just act on a resolution and they don't have, a policy outlining this process. But working with Helen, we did find the template that I shared as an information item. And again, as I put out there, this can be used as a starting point. And so basically the board's discussion and at some point decision would be whether or not the process continues the way it's been going, where the library board and the library deal with the appointments on their library board, or whether with the statute that the Board of Education takes on the responsibility of guiding that process.
So what is your recommendation to us?
Actually, I don't have one because this really doesn't impact the day-to-day operations of the school district. What I found in checking school districts around this area, I found that boards of education allow the library to take care of the library needs, and they make recommendations to the Board of Education, and the Board of Education just makes sure that the processes were done in an appropriate fashion. But according to the statute, the Board of Education has the right to direct that process if they so choose. But the boards and superintendents, I talked to superintendents, I didn't talk to any board chair, but I talked to superintendents and they said it's always been the library takes care of the library issues and situations, and the Board of Education just acts as a supervisory board to make sure that that process continues, in a certain way. So it really is, up to the board to decide whether you're supervisory and that meets the statute of you taking care of the appointing of the trustees, or if the board wants to take on the actual process of posting for openings, reviewing candidates for the positions, and then filling the positions.
I guess I have two comments. I guess I would want to know, what does the library board recommend that we do moving forward? And it seems like there was a historical look back at previous Board of Education minutes showing the approval of past trustees, whether they were renewed or new appointments.
Yeah.
So the process for that to me seems to dictate where we should go in the future, because it sounds like there was a process. We just don't seem to have it written out anywhere. We have evidence that we were following a process. The previous boards were following the process. We just don't have it established moving forward. I would recommend that we figure out where that is, draft it, and then just move forward with that process to continue the way we've done it. That's just my 2 cents.
My input is not so much at this point endorsing or rejecting a process. My input at this point is that since the Board of Education does have oversight responsibility presently for library board trustees, I would like to just do everything possible to ensure that any prospective library trustee has a fair opportunity consideration for that position. I'm not making any inferences here whatsoever, because honestly, I don't know that much about it. But I'm going to say this on any particular topic.
Sure.
I'd like to make sure that we are opening our access to all community members that have an interest, and that they feel they're going to have an ability to be fairly evaluated and participate as a board trustee in this case, or something else. That's kind of my mantra from the beginning. I just don't want a sort of wink, nod, you're in, we know you, done and over with, and creating, that sense of exclusion for others. And I don't want to get misquoted here. I'm not saying that occurred, because honestly, I don't know. I haven't been involved with it. I did learn from our meeting, it's a 7-year position. That's a very long-term commitment.
It's unpaid.
It's unpaid, and they may have a hard time getting people to step up for that. But whatever it is, I just want it to be open each time. And then also, final comment, I understand from our statutory review that this board does have some oversight in with the library. That's why it was set up for us to be the ones approving the trustees. I think there is an importance there in keeping sort of that relationship with oversight, because remember, it's this board that I believe authorizes the curriculum. That is a Board of Education task.
For curriculum for the library?
No, for the school.
For the district, yes.
That is a distinct BOE function, authorizing curriculum. And I would just like to see some, not strong, but to know that there's a little bit of a oversight, umbrella, consistency, and things that may also be from a public library. I know that many, how do I want to say this? Many public libraries respond to their communities. The makeup, the culture of that community. And I understand that and I appreciate that. I'm just saying that I think sometimes it's important to be mindful of the fact that this is also the board that has to give the approval for the curriculum of our entire district. And so therefore, it's to me not a stretch to see some oversight and relationship with books and the like being brought into a library. That's all I'm saying.
I would say that everything that everybody said so far makes sense. And I think that you had emailed us a sample policy that was acquired that kind of provided for a lot of that to accomplish a lot of the goals here. And so I think it makes sense to explore that further. I would suggest that we have a work session or maybe right before the December meeting to kind of discuss the policy, or have a special meeting prior to that to discuss the policy that's required from a time perspective. But I felt that some of the language you had provided was pretty much on point. It provided that the library board's obviously got a better understanding of its needs than we do, but recognizes the fact that we really should be looking at who's involved. And so they had two processes in place, one for the unexpired term, one for the new full term. And for an unexpired term, employment to the unexpired term, or for somebody when there's not an incumbent, it provided for interviews to occur for board involvement, including the board recommending 3 potential candidates and in order of preference, and then for us to review those candidates and approve. I think all those types of things make sense to me, in that it provides the library board the ability to provide us the guidance with regard to information we lack, provide us a good set of candidates that will accomplish the goals that they need to have accomplished, and then also provides us the opportunity to participate and ensure that we are fulfilling our obligations related to the oversight. So I really like that type of policy and process.
And then who does the final, I'm kind of cloudy on that, Simon, who does the final yay or nay on the trustee, the board does, the BOE does?
Yeah, the library board shall submit to the Board of Education the listing of the candidates, the top 3, in the opinion of the library board.
Plus this board, I'm so sorry, can be also very helpful in advertising the need for, as it presents, I think, and creating that PSA for the public to know that those positions are opening.
I agree, and that suggested policy had that in there, that the Board of Education shall publicize the vacancy and shall direct persons interested in being considered for appointment to submit to the library board a letter of interest. So it kind of does all the things that everybody wants to accomplish.
Which one are we looking at? I'm sorry.
I think we're talking about policy 3375.15. Was that your question, Corinne?
Well, I just wanted to see the one that you were all referencing, and when you said that you liked it.
Mark Stefanik sent it to us on Sunday night.
On Sunday.
It was options. So do you mind if I go, Corinne, or do you want to speak first?
I just wanted to be on the same page, reading the same document. You're fine, you can go.
So to me, bringing up the work session, I think we just have to decide if the school board is going to be in charge of this or the library. I think that's the main thing we're trying to decide. And for me personally, I would like to keep it the way it was stated in policy 3375.15, is that the Board of Education should be the one interviewing and hiring the Board of Trustees for the library. And the reason why I like that is because it gives a nice checks and balances. And the other thing we have to consider is right now we had those 2 rollover positions, which those need to be reappointed because the rollover should not have been permissible. And then we also do have 1 term coming up, as we all know, at the end of the year. The other thing I like about the school board, doing what is stated in the policy is we're kind of protecting our community voice. And to give a good example, the way it has been handled in the last few years, I don't know exactly how many, would be the same kind of scenario as Mr. Stefanik being superintendent, and then saying, okay, Mr. Stefanik, we're going to let you interview and hire your own Board of Education. So the way it's being proposed by a few board members tonight, we would be allowing any future head of the public library to choose their own bosses. those bosses are in charge of their review, their raises, any kind of situation that comes up with community members. I just think that to put the director of the library in a position like that, it's kind of nice to have the checks and balances. I think it's good for everybody. So that's my 2 cents.
I just point of clarification. I didn't suggest that the executive director for the Tipp City Libraries provides the recommendation. The policy provides that the library board shall submit to the Board of Education. So it's not the executive director of the Tipp City Library selecting the board, it's the board of the library. And how many board members are there presently?
7.
7. So you have 7 individuals in this community who are sitting on this board who are making the recommendation, not necessarily the executive director. And not necessarily. The executive director has nothing to do with it. It's the board of the Tipp City Library. These 7 individuals that are sitting on the board are the ones provide the recommendations.
Right, I understand that, Simon. Well said. I guess to kind of piggyback off that, think about if the 5 of us got to pick the board members that we got to work with. And I'm not saying it would happen, but there's a possibility that those people become very similar. What I like about the checks and balances is if the Board of Education does it, we might have, many different voices represented, many different demographics represented, and I think that's extremely important. Usually, in a working environment like a board, people want to work with like-minded people. However, sometimes when you get that one person that thinks very differently, that could spark a conversation that leads to, a great idea, something that nobody else has ever thought about before. But if you have 5 or 7 people who all think alike, I don't know if that's fully representative of a community. That's all I'm saying. I don't disagree with your comment at all.
So Mr. Stefanik, the draft that you sent us on Sunday, was that shared with the library board, that proposed draft?
No.
Okay, so I guess my question should it be? And what is the process that the library board is proposing that we follow? I'm hearing the reasons why we should, as a board, should be involved, but I guess I'm trying to understand what's the process that the library board is recommending that we follow? And I'm not sure if I know Lisa Santucci was here the one night, and I'm not sure if I really understood the process that was being recommended. I guess in the absence of policy, my feeling is that you should look at past practice until you determine what the policy is going to be. And I'm understanding that we're supposed to be approving the rollover of a couple terms and then maybe an open term coming up. And so I'm not sure if we have enough time to even put a policy in place. But I guess I would question, are we giving this draft that you and Helen Carroll shared with us, are we giving that to the library board so they can say, this is a process that we agree, or we propose that we do it this way, or whatever? I just feel like we have 2 different entities that aren't really talking to each other.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I thought we did have a policy in place, that we do have a policy in place. We just didn't follow it.
Yes, 375.15, that's the policy.
That's not policy, that's ORC.
Revised code.
That's the statute, yeah.
I remember the director sharing with us that there's a lot of latitude. Okay, remind me if I heard this differently, that apparently there's a lot of latitude in how people interpret that. And so in the absence of us having a process and sensing the time frame that's going on here, it seems like, I think Dave did a search for us recently that showed how previous boards were approving, and then our current board had not. So that's sort of what brought this to light. That's where Corinne was looking for, what should we be doing?
Right.
Okay, so we're all at the same place, but I guess I'm not sure if I understand the library board's process of how somebody gets to us, and if they recommend that we continue to follow that, or should we be adopting this procedures that you and Helen were suggesting that, Simon, I heard you say that you were, that you concurred with. So I guess I'm just putting that out there.
And what I can say is I did some research, and the actual verb appointing is the one that gets defined either loosely or strictly.
Yes.
And the three districts in the Dayton, Miami County area that I checked with, they did it closer to what the previous board here did, where it was pretty much the action at the board meeting off of the recommendation from the library board. That's when that's when the board here acted. If this board wants to have more oversight and more involvement in the process, then there is the beginning of those steps in the policy that Helen had, but you could also take the policy that proposal that was out there, and where it says the library board would advertise and interview and make the recommendation for the seat. You could pull the library board out of there and put Board of Education, and that would be more on the stricter definition of appointing. Then the Board of Education would run the entire process, and then they would inform the board who the next trustee was, on the library board. That would come closer to, I think, the policy that this board has for the Career Center, where we had the report at the beginning. This board appoints the member to the Career Center board. And so that's where this decision is, whether or not to, as Teresa put it, whether or not to let the library board conduct the recruitment, the interview, and the recommendation process, or where this Board of Education does that for the library board. And that's where this is. And that's why I said in the email when I sent the proposal, you just take some of the nouns out and change them on who does the process. And that's where this discussion is.
So, Mr. Stefanik, when you met with Lisa, she said when she came in that she was going to give you some language from her legal counsel. Were you able to meet with her, and did any of that language get shared with you or anything?
We exchanged some emails back and forth, and I did not get language from her. She said that from the council at the state level, I'm assuming at the State Library Association, that's the council she was referencing.
Okay.
She just gave a couple other districts that did processes in a similar fashion to what the library board has done traditionally here. But I did not get any template language. There was a multi-sentence in an email, looked like a paragraph, and it just talked about replacing the open seats on the library board, but it didn't give anything as detailed as a policy as far as policy language goes.
Well, I would say, my preference is that we do this the same way we did the Miami Valley Career Center when we hired Mr. Gilmore. It was a very simple process. We had everybody come in, we advertised it in the newspaper, the entire board interviewed all three candidates, and we had a decision that night. So, Corinne, you haven't spoken yet. Would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, I have a couple input that whatever policy I think that we adopt needs to have calendar dates on it so that we don't lose sight of this process in the future of when we should expect to receive a candidate that we're going to approve, probably October, September, so that we're not right now in November talking about this. And that I think you're right, Teresa, that there's actually 3 that have not been approved by this school board that need to be approved. And the reason I feel strongly about that is because it is ORC. And it's one of the few things I think that as a board that we do that's ORC, and it's because of our financial oversight that we also approve or disapprove of the board's finances. So
Yeah,
them having approved members is very important for their financial piece, because then they're going to bring it back here, and then we're going to, be the ones that approve or disapprove their finances. So I think it needs to include calendar dates. Because of the ORC requirement on this board and our position of oversight of them, I do feel like it should follow the joint vocational process, how we select one of those members, because of the money, you know, and I think that's a game changer as far as we're on the hook for we are the publicly elected people, the five of us that are on the hook for their money. And kind of like Simon stated earlier with, you know, abstaining from even the unaudited stuff here. I mean, this is even another layer on top of this that to me makes it much more prudent that we take this responsibility seriously and are more involved in it. I mean, we're very involved in a position that goes and votes on a JVS that we have no, you know, we're not financially liable for them. We are financially liable for the library.
Not only that, we're publicly responsible to the people because we were elected.
Yes, yes.
And so, you know, we had that discussion, many meetings about being responsive to the public. Well, I think this is a classic example where by retaining that ownership, if you will, yeah, you're going to have to be responsive to the people.
Mm-hmm. So I like the idea of the how we choose for the NBCTC board.
Well, I'm in favor of that as well.
I would suggest that we have a work session to discuss that process and we can implement a policy after 2 readings.
We have a special meeting already set for early December. If you'd like to make that part of that meeting, we can do that. And then we're not adding additional meetings to people's calendars.
Mr. Stefanik, I apologize, I might be confused. Do we already have a policy, correct? So are we just, do we need to maybe cancel?
Ms. Dunaway, we do not have a policy for the library board.
You have state law, you have state statute, you have ORC.
And you found nothing with Neola?
Just the one I sent yesterday.
Okay, yeah, so that, I guess that's what I'm talking about. So if we do that with the, like you said, a few amendments of changing a few nouns, do we still need to do 2 reads?
Yes, it's a new policy. If we're adopting a new policy.
You have
already a Neola policy, that's why I'm confused.
No, Neola puts out templates and then each local board has to take action on the policy. And most boards have a 1 read possibility if it's a revision to a current policy.
Right.
But the typical format is a double read for new policies.
Right, okay, sorry about that. I was just getting clarification.
I do have a question. Since we've not had policy before about this, but we've always approved it in the past, are we not liable now to approve 3 members before December?
We have 15.
You have a number of days in ORC. It says there's a number of days once the position is vacated.
It's 45 days.
So that would give you till, if it actually expires on New Year's Eve, then that would give you to, into February before you have to replace the position.
Now, what about the 2 rollover positions that we never approved?
Those need to be reassigned. Those don't stand.
I know, but I'm just saying, do we need to do anything now about them or before January 1st? Because they were never approved.
Well, they're in the middle of a term. So we would have to basically approve 3 trustees, the 2 rollovers in the one that expires the end of December. Did I answer your question?
I think you could do a retroactive action to approve the 2 based on our past practices. It seems like moving forward, we should probably ask the library board to propose a short-term solution for their current trustees so that they can move forward with their business And it seems like we should probably share this draft policy that you and Helen shared with us and share it with them and let them propose to us how the process should change moving forward for the future. We sort of have two problems. We have a retro problem and how do we catch up? And so that to me would be going under whatever our previous practices have been. And we have historical information in our meeting minutes to suggest that. We just don't have a written template of what that process is. And so we need to fix what happened in the past and bring it up to current date. And then we need to determine moving forward how we will proceed and whether that means the addition of a policy, or is that just an agreement between the two parties? I'm not sure we need a policy, but that's just my opinion, because we never had a policy in the past. We've had statute that sort of directs how it's supposed to work. What I heard is that it seems to happen slightly differently everywhere when you have the circumstances where a library's budget is under a school board. And so I guess I would be looking for them. I mean, why do they have a board if we're going to make all the decisions for them?
Because we're not making all the decisions.
We're not making, yeah,
No.
the reason I think, this is, from what I've read briefly, is because of the finances.
Correct.
That's why and we're an elected body and they have public funds, so they have to be held to an elected body. And that's why we're supposed to have the oversight of their library board trustee, because it's public funds, which are tied to our school board borders, is where they get their funding.
What I think I'm trying to say is, I suspect, based on looking at the historical minutes, that seemed like that was sort of a rubber stamp function. The name was provided because it was assumed that there's a process that the library board is following on how they vet their trustees. We don't know what that is, or if we do, I don't know that I know what that is. And it looks like it just came before the board and the board approved whoever they recommended. I hear what you're saying as far as what is our obligation going forward, but I think that we probably need to include them in the conversation so that we hear what they're recommending.
Right.
And I just think that we could probably just agree to whatever the process is going to be. I'm not sure we need a policy because that will delay the process.
Well, I think you're right. We need a, what are we going to do now? And what are we going to do moving forward? And I think that they have not, I think part of the problem is that there isn't a policy and there isn't a historical record of what should be done and when it should be done. And I don't think moving forward with an ORC code that holds us financially responsible without a policy is not best practice for this board or any board, because it just gets lost unless you have a memory keeper that remembers to do that or to contact the library. Then we're leaving future boards to have the same problem. So I definitely think that we do need a board policy to guide and hold this memory for future boards moving forward. And
Absolutely.
I looked up the library board and it looks like they recently changed their policy on October 23rd of 2020. They revised it. And now it includes that they can select rollovers and new and returning members. Before that, it just said that it copied ORC code completely, that the school library board is selected by the Board of Education. So I also think that the library kind of forgot their memory too, because their policy wasn't laid out with dates. Put out application process in August. The application process ends August 30th. Initiate September 1st. The interviews end September 15th, and we have somebody that we're going to submit to the board by whatever date. And I think when you neglect to do those kind of things, then things get lost. And so I think we need a policy, and I think we also need something to get us before our policy's done.
Well, I think they know the terms. I'm not arguing. I'm just making a statement. They're the ones that told us about the issue. They're the one that notified us that we needed to approve somebody. So to me, there's evidence.
Yeah,
that there's
this year,
policy.
but then the 2 years before that, they did not let us know. So
Right. Here's the thing. Here's why I'm not comfortable with the rollover. Because Corinne, what if you wanted to be on the school board for 20 years? And every 4 years you said, my seat's not open, I'm rolling over my term. And then you did that for 5 terms. For 20 years, you were still on the school board. That doesn't seem like a fair and just practice, right?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm not okay with that. So, of course, we always want to have good relations with, with our public library, but I don't think they need to be necessarily included in this conversation. This is a board function. We need to come up with a policy. We absolutely positively must have a policy. We're not going to kick this can down the road to future boards of education. That's not right. So going back to Simon's original question about 10 minutes ago, is we need to look at our calendar and get some dates where we can do 2 reads of a potential policy for this. Mr. Stefanik, you had mentioned some dates.
Well, I said we already have a special meeting in early December, and then you have the regular meeting in December. And so
Tuesday, December 8th is our work session. So that's our first read. And the second read could be at the actual board meeting, which is December 14th. Does that work for everybody? It's already scheduled.
I don't think I'm ready for a read. I think I'm ready for a work session.
We need a draft.
We don't have a draft of anything at this point. I think there's a lot more to be discussed. I think we would be remiss not to ask for the library board's input as to what we might need to consider, in that we have been largely ignorant as to this policy period or to what their needs are. I understand we have an obligation with oversight, and I think that part of that obligation requires us to become a little bit more educated about what the needs of the library might be. And so I think that asking for their input and advice is useful, and I would suggest that we have a work session where we invite some of these people to come speak with us about it. And then after that work session, we come up with a draft that gets reviewed. And then after that, we have the reads once we are all on the same page.
Is it lawful for us to create a draft and do a first read on the 8th and then the second read on the 14th?
I don't see why not.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just asking. Like if we got
to. Yeah, if we can come to a conclusion and everybody agrees, sure.
yes, yeah, and typically what happens is, let's say I take the one that I sent out as an informational piece on Sunday and went and changed the nouns. You know, so there was more oversight by the board. We bring that forward and we say that's a draft. It's a working draft then for the 8th. And then by the end of that meeting, if we got a policy that everybody was you know, in consensus on, then you could call that the first read, and then the second read would be the next meeting.
Okay. Sounds good.
Well, again, Teresa, you just said, you know, you want to keep a good rapport. It seems like we should have the meeting with them to discuss what the process should be. We shouldn't alienate them. They're a separate board, and to negate their input, I think, would jeopardize our relationship.
Has someone voiced to you that they're feeling alienated?
No, I'm just saying that I don't want us as a board to overstep what has been a process that they've been adhering to, or just because they haven't told us that we need to get on the agenda, approve the people that they had suggested previously.
Yeah, but my concern, Joellen, is the interest of time governance. Let's put a plan together to meet on that 8th. If somebody on the board has objections, they can bring that forth. I just like to.
Can't they come to the 8th?
If it's a work session, we need to invite them.
I think we should invite them to the work session is my suggestion.
No, I don't think it would be in the best interest to invite 7 people plus a library. I mean, I think that maybe ask 1 or 2 to come.
Maybe we ask them to designate who they'd like to have appear.
Yeah,
Yeah, and if all 7 of them show up, we would probably violate state law because there'd be more than 10 people.
right. And I don't think, Joellen, it's at all that we are overstepping anything. It is our job by ORC.
We're just suggesting it would be wise to get some information from the people who actually run this library.
Right.
What we might want to consider. We're not trying to, I don't think Joellen's trying to say that we need to be skirting our obligations here. I think Joellen's advocating that we get as much information as we can possibly obtain that's relevant to the decision we're about to make so that we make an informed decision.
And I think we opened that window when Mrs. Santucci was here, because if I remember reading the minutes correctly, she was going to send things to Mr. Stefanik as suggestions and the like. So, I mean, that door's been opened.
Yes, it has.
I think we should make that very clear by inviting them to the work session.
I just want to make sure we preserve the relationship.
And I get that, Joan, but you're going with you make it sound like there's.
I know,
the
that there's,
relationship's
I guess
already in
that's the
jeopardy.
thing, yeah, like,
I
I
just
feel
know
like
I'm
it's
not
something
kind of like-
wrong.
I
Yeah.
can't speak to this situation. I know that this board has misstepped and offended people in the past. I know that the blanket statement, I don't want to go into the details of that. It's important that we preserve the relationship. They have a separate board and they have a process that they probably, apparently boards in the past, school boards in the past have been following. There has to have been some agreement. They're on the board for 7 years and they have some board members that have been in their 2 terms. It seems like they've been on the board longer than any of us have been on the school board to understand what that process has been. We also have people still in our community who used to serve on this school board who could probably advise us. And I'm just suggesting, I said it before, I don't want to harp on it. When you don't have a policy moving forward, you look at what the practice has been in the past. And I'm suggesting that the answer might be there.
I'm only laughing because all that discussion over weeks and weeks of who contacts the board attorney, there was a policy in the past, a tradition. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like you pick and choose when to apply those theories, but whatever.
Yeah. Joellen, I don't ever remember. Go ahead, Simon.
I think, if there's any objections to why we wouldn't want to invite one of their representatives to the work session, I think I'd welcome to understand that and the concern. If not, my recommendation is that we have the work session, the next meeting that we have planned related to the library. We can certainly have a draft of a policy. And my suggestion would be is that we invite 1 designated or 2 designated authorized representatives of the library to come and provide us some feedback, and that they get that in advance so they can provide us that feedback.
Mr. Stefanik, can you reach out to the library board of trustees and ask 2 trustees, no more than 2 trustees to come?
Yeah, put this at 10, which is gatherings of 10 and others, so I was gonna say 2.
December 8th.
10 people.
December 8th, 2 trustees.
And we're on the same time schedule, is that right?
Yes, 6 o'clock on the 8th, is that correct?
I think it's 6 o'clock, let me check.
Yes, we have at 6.
6 o'clock, correct.
One of the email exchanges I had said that Lisa and the president would be willing to come. So does a director and a trustee meet that 2-person?
Whoever she wants, Mr. Stefanik, is fine. We just want to make sure that we're following lines.
Inside of 10. Yeah.
So 2 people, whatever Lisa Santucci chooses, her preference.
Okay.
Okay, are we good?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, new business.
New business consent agenda. So the consent agenda sits as is, except for item D. Item D was put as a separate item at the beginning of the board agenda. So look for approval of the items in the consent agenda, items A, B, C, E, F, G, H. And for any elementary people out there, I did not mess up the alphabet.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of item D.
I'll second.
And again, due to the fact that it's a consent agenda, you remove items that you want to have comments about. So Dave, call the roll.
Give me 1 sec.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to take D out of here.
I'm not sure. I understand that leave of absence.
Okay, so I had Heatherly and Dunaway. Heatherly,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Dahl,
Yes,
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Okay, new business was one item, was the former item D on the consent agenda. Recommend approval of the following supplemental positions for the 2020-21 school year, pending verification and proper certification and paperwork.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second. Can we discuss it now?
I was waiting
my-
for Dave to get done typing.
I know, that's what I keep doing for too. So my question centers around Project More.
Yes.
Can you tell us about Project More? What is it?
Okay, Project More is a reading intervention or supplemental program from the information I can find left by Dr. Kump. It started back in the 12-13 school year, and it takes volunteers to come into the schools and provide extra reading opportunities for at-risk students. There's terminology that says that 8 students per building, and it says that you start with IEP students that have reading goals on their IEPs, special needs students that have reading goals on their IEPs. And then you can add at-risk students that would be struggling readers on top of those students if you still have some of your 8 slots left. The positions that are here are certified teachers from Tipp City that put together the activities, the sequenced activities for the volunteers to follow with the students. And so that the volunteers do one-on-one reading activities with the at-risk students. The district in the past, Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, eight positions were typically on the docket, but since volunteers aren't permitted in the schools now because of the COVID, the one building that came up with a modified way to do this was Nevin Kopic. And what Nevin Kopic is doing is they are using teachers voluntarily giving up their planning time to be the volunteer readers for these at-risk students. So the coordinators are scheduling in teachers on certain days of the week during their planning times to do these extra reading activities with the at-risk students. So those are the only 2 coordinators that we have listed on this board agenda.
So Project More was started as an outside tutor, outsiders, people that aren't associated with education, grandmas and grandpas, aunts and uncles,
Community
students
volunteers.
coming in and volunteering to work with students. Was it during the day or was it after or before school?
During the
Always during the
school
day, okay. And the idea was that these people were required because we had non-educators coming in, so somebody had to create a lesson plan and activities for them to follow to do with an at-risk reader. But now we have teachers that are certified in K-3, it's all reading. I mean, reading is their thing, working with students. So again, I guess I don't understand what we're paying these people for.
Well, and I'll just speak, having not found out who all the people are that are giving up their planning times, but they could be working with students who aren't their students. And these coordinators, their job is to make sure that we're following the Project More format that was originated at the Putnam County Educational Service Center. And so if you're doing this program, this wasn't something that was created in Tipp City. You sign a partnership agreement with Putnam County that you're going to follow this format, the Project More format, with fidelity. And so it's these people's job to make sure that we do everything according to the plan that was originated in Putnam County.
And I don't believe they're doing it. I think it's a coordinator position that's done outside of the school day to coordinate all of these. I don't think this is done during their school.
No, the activities happen during.
Right, but that's not the coordinators, right? That's the volunteers.
Right.
Are these coordinators or volunteers, these two people's names?
These are two staff that we're approving a stipend for them to continue doing the concepts of coordinating the additional reading that then traditionally
Right.
volunteers would come in and do with the students. So that all had to be sort of prepared so that when the volunteer got there, the volunteer knew what to do specifically based on what the person's
Right.
reading needs were.
And these folks, again, from doing a quick study over the weekend, these folks are also in charge of data gathering for the students that are involved in the program. And so they have to do pre-assessments, and then they have to track their progress throughout the year. And Steve, maybe you can help me out on this. Do we have to send
We share that
document a report to Putnam County?
We share that information with them.
And why are you referencing Putnam County as their student that transfer?
No, that was the Educational Service Center that originated this program. So although I don't see a C with a circle after it, it basically says that it's Putnam County's program. And then they share it out with other districts in the state.
I thought it was tied into Title II,
Title I?
Title I, excuse me. I thought, yeah, Project More was a Title I thing.
They're both reading intervention programs. And it's possible that Title I teachers have been the coordinators
Well,
in
I
the
thought
past.
Project More was one of the criteria in order to receive the title part of the funding. I know, right?
I think it is.
I've never heard of that.
Not part of it. I thought there was these little steps that.
I think sometimes the Title I students who have identified reading challenges,
Mhm.
sometimes I've seen Mrs. Johnson and Mrs. Manis working with, groups of maybe 3. And then the Project More volunteer comes and does one-on-one to supplement that instruction that those intervention teachers they're reading intervention specialists, aren't they? Both of them?
One is an intervention specialist and another one is one of our Title I teachers.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
So have they typically gotten stipends for this?
Yes, historically, there's been 2 per building.
So this is just a renewal, if you will, or continuation of what we was doing.
Yeah, this is just saying I don't know who the coordinators have been in the past, but it's just saying that this year, these are the people that have chosen to be the coordinators and to make sure this program continues.
And I guess my concern is that how is this actually working during a COVID year? If you have 2 grades, 1 coordinator per grade, but you're only pulling teachers from inside of your building to work with students. Like, I guess I just don't understand how much of this is actually going on, if it's going to be effective enough to even report back to the Putnam County Project More.
Yeah, because where's the volunteers?
Right, because you have teachers that you're doing inside the building instead of outside volunteers. So are students losing their specials time to go get Project More read to them? Like, how are they doing that during the school day?
There are pull-out times,
Stuff over here.
not all during special times, but they find different times throughout the day. There are 6 students that are going to get 5 sessions per week. And then the remaining students will get 2 sessions per week.
And this is not their title services. This is on top of title. This is in
Correct.
addition to. And what reading program do we use over there?
It's one that has been, we use literacy footprints. We also have 2 experienced title teachers that have pulled resources and put together a program that is somewhat unique of their own. We're using OG.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember Mrs. Manis coming and giving a board presentation a few years ago about, and help me with the acronym, that you have an at-risk student who's got a reading challenge that we're trying to remediate, I guess, that's the word, or it seems like it started with an R. There was an acronym that we used, or they used, and that was that,
RTI,
and that stands for,
response to intervention.
okay. Feel like it was something else, but that's not important here. It's important that I felt like Project More was one of the supplements that was provided to help those students that were not, that you were sort of fearing that they weren't going to pass their literacy testing in second or third grade. And I'm sure I'm not saying that right. I'm probably butchering it, probably.
No, that's
Educators are probably screaming at, like it's
No.
called, and I feel like it's, I don't remember what it's called. As a Project More volunteer in the past, I would come in and get a student from their class at a designated time, and there was only a short concentrated period of time with specific outcomes of what I did with that student for like 15 minutes. And I remember saying, what difference does 15 minutes make? And it apparently makes a big difference.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that there's some effort to want to keep this going as much as they can, because I know that there's value to it. But I guess I would be in agreeing with Corinne is what are they doing differently that we need to continue supplementing 2 instead of 8? And these 2 are both in the same building, right?
Correct. So this was the only building that was able to utilize staff in a way to do this within the school day. The other buildings did not feel that they had the staff available to do something like this. So we looked at it at Broadway, we looked at it at LT Ball, but it wasn't gonna work. Our high school, because we do Project More at the high school, our high school teacher that does that is not in the building right now. She's one of our full-time online teachers. So there was reasons why we weren't able to do this at the other buildings. We looked at ways to try to do this so we could continue to provide that opportunity for our kids, because we do see tremendous growth from the kids who are in the Project More program. We were only able to do it at K1.
I was just briefly researching some of this because literacy is a huge passion of mine, huge. I think it's one of the most important things that we can do for students. And a lot of the Project More stuff seems to adhere more to the Lucy Calkins literate environment type train of thought, where I think also the science of reading now, letters training, Orton Gillingham Foundations is definitely coming to the forefront as far as you need explicit, systematic instruction in phonics, phonemic awareness, fluency, comprehension, vocabulary for our, the big 5 in K1. And although I think Project More, because anytime we can partner a student with somebody reading to them is time well spent. But if we're not doing that tier 1 classroom instruction strong and with fidelity to begin with, we can't get enough Project More volunteers to replace that tier 1 classroom instruction in literacy. So that's my thought.
I agree. With literacy at the primaries, you talk about layering, and that's what it is. You've got to start with the foundation, but then any type of experience you can get to get more books in front of students, possibly with a variety of people. That it can be an exciting and engaging opportunity. We used to do, again, I'm not familiar with Project More and the details of it, but we used to do a program with volunteers, and it was based on comprehension development. And so the volunteer would come in, and a lot of the volunteers, they didn't know all these books. And so what we did is we had a card, with a summary of the story, and then it had the comprehension type questions with the answers, on a little laminated card. And anytime a volunteer would miss, we would have teachers use planning time to come in to make sure that Johnny, or Susie didn't miss their allotted time, because they valued those 15, 20 minutes, with the volunteers coming in to get that done. And so if Project More, hits on some of those kind of relationships and extra experiences, I think it's it's a program that is worth continuing. But you're right, I'd like to see it continuing at all 4 buildings. But if we're at the foundation level of reading, then I think that's a good place to keep it in, if they figured out a way to do it, minus the volunteers.
Thank you.
But I like what Corinne said. I mean, it sounds like, if I understood it correctly, that reading is a science.
Yes, it absolutely is.
And just the fact that you're reading to someone may be effective for one student, but totally ineffective for another. You have to do the diagnostics of what's.
Well, it depends. When you're talking about teaching a student to read, just reading to them is ineffective.
Okay, that's what I thought I was. And then I would assume for some students, highly ineffective if their sensory
You
is.
have, especially if you have a receptive language barrier, and often students that need extra help that couples with receptive language barriers as well.
Okay.
So there's a lot of things, and again, that goes back to that science of reading and why you teach phonemic awareness and phonics. And phonemic awareness would be the ability to isolate sounds. Haggerty is a huge part of phonemic awareness. That's a really, really quick program that can be implemented in 10 minutes in every classroom, which is scientific, evidence-based to increase students.
We've looked at Haggerty, we've looked at Foundation.
Yeah, Haggerty's amazing. Haggerty's amazing.
Literacy team not gotten thrown off track last spring.
Right,
We probably
yeah.
would be
No, I would
piloting
just
some
say,
of those
like,
things
no
this
matter
year.
what you pick, I would definitely fold in Haggerty.
Mhm.
And we did it also with our ELL students. Huge success for them to learn competency in English, just because it breaks it down for them. It's an awesome program.
So I'm sorry, but I'm just kind of not any more clear. What is the issue here with these two positions?
Oh, I wasn't clear about how they were going to implement this in a classroom during COVID restrictions. You can't have outside visitors in. So what was that going to, that's why I was asking questions.
And you feel that you still can implement it even with.
Well, I think that they're only choosing people from this is what I heard. They're only choosing people from inside of the building. They have 2 coordinators that are coordinating which teacher is going to go with which kid at what time, who's going to pull it, how that's going to look and run in the building. And they used to also then create activities for outside people to do. That's not so much of a concern because you have trained educators now in front of students.
Okay.
But I also heard you say earlier, Corinne, that when we were talking about COVID and about teachers giving up their planning period, and are we compensating them? I guess what I'm hearing is that we have teachers who are volunteering for this role. I guess I would be expecting that we have some sort of volunteer agreement or something that predicates them, volunteering, giving up that time.
It's definitely volunteer.
I mean, it's admirable they're giving it up, and I'm happy that they're wanting to continue. It's a valuable resource. I understand why they want to do it. It sort of conflicts with what you had mentioned earlier.
Oh, like when I used to give up my plan to cover for another teacher?
Yes.
Well, that was different because they could actually force me to. If nobody else could, then they could force me to cover it. That's why it was compensated. I don't know what our negotiating agreement is here.
Yeah, administrators like the word assign.
Right.
Rather than force you to.
Well, we said force, they say assign, whatever.
We call that voluntold.
Yes, voluntold,
We say
exactly.
we need you. Yeah, so,
That's
yeah.
a good result.
It just seems like it's in conflict with what we talked about earlier, that if I think it's admirable that they want to volunteer their planning time to do this. And
Oh, yeah, I agree too. And I think where you're going is that, it could add a lot of wear and tear, on the teachers. But I think if they're volunteering, they know what they can handle. It's not something like an extra assignment or something that the school says, we need you to do this. So they're volunteering, and I don't know if it's every planning period or if it's the entire planning period. It might just be 15, 20 minutes of their planning period, so they may still have some time left when it's finished. So.
But I understand the stipend is to compensate them for all the logistics that they have to put together. They have to put together the lesson for, even if you have a trained educator that's doing the lesson, they have to know specifically what lesson they're supposed to be working on.
Right.
If not, it would just be random.
Right. And the data gathering is a piece of it as well. And then making sure that they can demonstrate growth in the students and track the whole group.
Thank you for all the information. I appreciate it.
Okay.
I feel like I'm ready to vote now. If anybody else would like to ask any last questions.
I don't have any.
Mr. Dave?
What? Just kidding. Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
motion carries.
All right, I need some help because my laptop. just, hooked up.
Citizens may address, did Mr. Watson speak?
Don, were you speaking again?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, he's still here? Holy.
Is there no new
Goodness,
business?
Don?
No, there's no new business.
Well,
Oh, I thought that
That was it.
under new
D,
business.
item D has
Okay.
a new business, yeah. All right,
Mr. Watson, welcome.
Mr.
welcome back.
You may-
What a late night for Don.
Well, that's what the people are saying on the Zoom. I guess I'll have another opening statement. You need to, listening for 4 hours gets to be a long time, so I doubt if anybody else out there is listening for 4 hours. I know you guys get paid, but you got a life too. So use the wheel that's already invented. Robert's rules is make a motion, second, discussion, vote. And you'll get through in about half the time. Not that anything is less important. It just, that's why they had the procedures that you follow. I only say that through experience years ago. What I want to talk about this time is something that probably is very dear to my heart and a conviction of mine. And this summer I read a statistic that startled me, an article by Yale University study, and that is only 14% of children 14 and younger attend a church. And I don't want to belittle parents because some parents take the spirituality serious and they teach their kids the spirituality of what needs to be taught. But we all face I think it's in Matthew 23, where we face God and he tells us, well done and good and faithful servant. None of us get out of that. We're all there. So what I'm saying, I see an opportunity of the school. I know you're discussing money in here and how we may lack some. The most important thing, if parents aren't doing it, then used to, the school stepped up and did it. And that is the spirituality of a child. I get to know some of the athletes by going to their games, and I'll ask them some serious questions. Some of them don't even know that life goes on for eternity. They think when your eyes close at death, that's it. But over and over and over in the Word of God, it speaks of forever or eternity. And we have to teach hope and faith to these kids because they don't know it. They just don't know it. Because of years ago, I had a second grade teacher who prayed with me individually, not just the Lord's Prayer. I'm blessed. I know what's going on, and by keeping up reading the scriptures, but we have an opportunity now that I know of, Mr. Stefanik, in your plan a chaplain at least. If you can't teach K through 12, you could have a chaplain, and we have a super guy. I know he hasn't made a decision yet, but Dr. John Bowling came from Tipp City, graduated from Tipp City. He's been a president for 30 years at Olivet Nazarene University, and no one's captured him yet to be a part-time job. That's why this is his last year of retirement. So, if nothing else, talk to him. He's a great guy. He's double doctorate, double masters. I mean, he's not some off-the-wall person that's coming up with things that kids don't need to wrestle with. It's just the basics of hope and faith and love that they need to be taught, and we wonder why they're doing, State Representative Jenna read her article in the paper this week, and she's saying that last Friday, that the rate of suicide up from 18 above is up 24.7% since COVID has started. So it's something that these kids are wrestling with that we really need to, as a school, take it on. I know you have a lot to do, and I appreciate what you do, but the priority of this is eternal. Thank you.
John.
Thank you, Don.
Have a good night.
Miscellaneous policy updates. There are first reads of 3 policies. The special update for the Edgar revisions, October 2020. PO 6114 cost principles and PO 6325 procurement. And upcoming meetings. The next regular board meeting will take place. Actually, the next work session will take place.
We need to actually, are we going to discuss the first read of those policies?
Oh, do we?
Yeah, we have to
We have to do a motion.
discussion on that. No, there's no motion, but we do need to
Oh, okay.
see if anybody's got any questions on those
Does
policies.
anybody have any questions or comments on those policies?
Dave, just a point of clarification. I believe it's just 2 policies.
Right.
And the first document is just an explanation of why the policies needed to be revised.
So we can accept grant money? Is that what I understand?
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's for our federal grants that we receive. There are requirements that the federal government has put in place that we have to follow. The first policy, PO 6114, is talking about how we spend federal funds and such. The only changes in this policy, when you go through it, they've some of the wording has just been changed. One was accord to afford or afford to accord. Yeah, there's really nothing changing too much in these. I guess I think the federal government updated what they had, and when they update what they have, we have to update what we have to follow it. So the auditors will review these when they do the federal grant audits on a yearly basis as well. That's that one.
I was talking about the Edgar revisions.
Well, these are the Edgar revisions.
I mean, that's sort of what the overview is stating, is
Yeah.
that the policies need to outline how we spend them, what the guidelines are to spend our federal grants.
And most of our federal money is almost all of it is salaries. It is salary based, except for the food service, which is, we spend way more. That's a salary and food, so.
A lot of the revisions relate in the second document to the procurement methods, and adds a preference to United States procurement.
Purchasing goods made in the USA.
The goods, products, and materials produced in the United States. That's one of the revisions.
Yeah, it's not going to really change anything on how we do our business right now. It also in that policy talks about bidding thresholds and things like that. So $250,000, you've got to do all these different contracts. We're nowhere near any transactions of that large of nature. So yeah, we're all micro transactions.
Now we can do meeting updates.
Oh, okay.
Well,
So this would be on the
sorry.
December agenda for us to approve then? The
Yes,
second reading?
Yes, second reading in December. One of the December meetings.
All right. Anybody else have any questions or comments about the policies? Okay, moving on. Upcoming meetings, December 8th at 6 p.m. is a work session. December 14th at 6 p.m. is a regular board meeting. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Nope.
All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion move to adjourn.
And I will second that. Mr. Stevens, if you please call roll.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
Meeting is adjourned at 9:08 PM.
Thank you.
Go get some rest, Teresa.
Bye, everyone. Thanks.
Bye, Teresa.
That was
Bye.
Zoom.